We're talking manifesting, the law of assumption, the law of belief, the law of life, the law of being, the science of living. This is Prosperous Living with Toyia over here on YouTube and Prosperous Living with underscore T on TikTok. TikTok, you double tap the screen, we get to 10K the easy way. You get to come up and be on the panel. We can have a conversation regarding your journey, regarding your success stories, regarding your remembering, your awakening, your enlightenment, the knowledge of Christ consciousness, the Buddha mind, the realization that you are the source of everything that's happening in your life, that you are the cause and reason for the season in your life, whatever season you're experiencing right now, you're the cause of it. And the only way to change the seasons in your life is not through time, but by decision. And so we understand that consciousness is the only reality. Imagining creates reality. And a lie is just a story you tell yourself. So you decide what story that will be, because a lie means what? You have no evidence. So that's what an assumption is. An assumption says a statement, though false, if persisted in, shall harden into fact. So at the moment, it may appear to be a lie because you have no physical evidence of it. But you keep persisting in that reality. You keep stating the truth of what you know, of how you're perceiving yourself. You remain faithful to that, it will become your reality. And so it's all about, how do you think about yourself? What do you want for yourself? And deciding that you already have it. I have a free ebook. The description, the ebook is in, I don't know if I put it in the description or over here on YouTube, but you can go to any of my videos. You may see it on the side panel in the live. Can't remember if you do on the live or not, but I have a link tree on TikTok, Instagram, as well as on YouTube. We can get the recipe for life. The recipe for life is 4 simple steps when it comes to manifesting. It's something you've always done. It's something that you continuously do. You may not have been aware of it, but it's something you automatically do. The script that I use in the book, The Recipe for Life, is Mark 11:24. And it states, therefore I say to you, whatever you desire when you pray, believe you received it and you shall have it. So there are 4 steps in that script. The first step is decide. That is your desire. What do you want? When you pray, prayer is acknowledgement, is recognition. Believe is acceptance. And the 4th step is allowing, which means what? You do nothing to make it so because it's already so. You do nothing to make it so. That's how you prove this law. You want to prove that imagining creates reality? Then think of what you want and then allow it to show up without trying to make it so, without worrying or trying to get in the way of the manifestation, but allow the manifestation to come to you, to make itself known. That which is invisible has now taken on what? Visibility. Hey, 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 Latoxic. Good morning. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you? So the question is, what do you want? You can have whatever you want. What is your desire? You want your SP? You want more money? You want the job promotion? You want soft life? You don't want to work at all? You're tired of what we call the rat race. You're tired of punching in. But maybe you really enjoy your career, right? And you just you want to make more money from it, or you want a greater challenge, or you want to, a better position, or you want to work from home as opposed to having to go into an office. Whatever it is that you want. You want to start a family, you want a bigger home, you want a nicer car, bigger bank account, better investments, you want to experience better health, peace, joy, love, whatever it is. There's nothing too big, nothing too small. There are no limitations to what you can have. That's what that script reminds you. Therefore, I say to you, whatever. Remember, whatever is talking about anything, all things, everything. It doesn't matter, right? The only requirement, the only condition to your desire is to believe you already have it. And so the question is, well, how do I do that? How do I believe I already have a thing that I can't see? How do I do that? How do I make That which I cannot see, a thing that I can see. Talk about it as though you already have it. That's all. That's the only thing you have to do. Talk as though it's already yours. You hear people talk about things they can't see, and we call them liars, right? We say, "Oh, you're crazy. They're delusional. They're always talking about, this invention they have. They're always talking about, how they're going to look, what kind of marriage they're going to have, what kind of man or woman they're going to marry, or they're always talking about this business adventure, and they're always talking about, and they talk about it like it's really happening, and they know doggone well it's no one can see it. We don't even, what are they talking about? That's how you make it come into your reality, by speaking as though you already have it. That's all you're required to do. You're not required to go try to influence another. You're not called to go network. You're not called to go and ask someone for help. You're not required to do any of those things. The only thing you're required to do is believe you already have it. That's it. And so you just have to ask yourself, what do you want? You want to travel more? Right? What is it? Doctor, lawyer, entertainer, right? Entertainment is so vast, right? It could be sports, it could be music, it could be plays, it could be film, it could be, and there's so many lanes to those, so many opportunities in any industry that you want, in any way in which you see yourself, right? You could be like, well, I don't want to be in front of the stage. I don't want to be on the screen. I like videography. I like, the sound tech. I like producing. I like scripting. I like writing plays or books or whatever. See yourself as already having it. See people congratulating you on your film. See people congratulating you on your book. See people congratulating you. That's how you live in the end, right? Talk as though it's already a thing. And you can't tell people. I know people want to tell you, don't tell anyone, don't tell anyone. No, the only reason why you're not telling anyone because you're operating out of fear. But how do you combat fear? You fight fear with faith. You don't struggle, you don't strain, you don't push, you don't pull. But how you fight fear is with faith. So you walk by faith and not by sight. So the thing that you're afraid to say it. The thing that you're afraid to do it. Because then you'll realize that the power was in you, not in the thing that you were running away from. You don't have to run away from it. You don't have to be ashamed of it. Just got to believe in it. That's it. You just have to believe in yourself. Believe in the reality in which you want to experience. And we get so caught up on wrong or right. That's a lie. How dare you lie? Oh my goodness. You can't tell lies. A lie is just a story that you're telling. And it really just comes down, do you believe the story that you're saying about yourself? Do you believe in the story that you're telling? Well, not really, because I don't really have any proof. Consciousness is not asking you for proof. Consciousness is asking for faith. Right? Because faith is the substance of things hoped for, which is having the conviction of its reality. And the evidence is what? It's having no, that's the thing with faith, is that you have no proof with faith. Right? Things that you can see does not require faith. Things that you have proof of does not require faith, because you can obviously see it. You have the facts of the matter. Then it doesn't require faith in that instance. It only requires faith when you cannot see it. That's the only time it requires faith. And so, yes, it's going to take faith for you to move from the belief in lack to the belief in abundance. It is going to take faith for you to move to the state of being married or being in a committed relationship, from being lonely and feeling like you're unworthy and undeserving, and that you're not capable of love or being loved. It is going to take you deciding that this is who you are. And this is the shift that everyone talks about. Shifting from this version of you to that version of you. And how does the shift happens? Just decide. I know that sounds too easy, right? All I got to do is decide. Yes, all you got to do is decide. But you know what? Most people don't even know what they want. They don't even know how to decide. They're like, what? Just make a decision. What do you want? And you can talk about what you don't want because that gives clarity to what you do want, right? When you talk about, well, I'm tired of struggling. I'm tired of being alone. I'm tired of sleeping by myself at night. I need a man or a woman to lay beside me. I need someone to comfort me. I need someone to hold. I want someone I can laugh and travel with, that I can build an empire with. That's what I'm looking for. Well, then act as though you have that person already. So acting as if is saying it within yourself. To when you go to bed at night, lay on the side of the bed that you would occupy if the person was there, right? In your mind, see the person there in your mind, right? Imagining creates reality. Tell yourself, I deserve this. Oh, I deserve a good woman because I'm a damn good man. Oh, yes, I deserve a good man because I'm a damn good woman. Like, tell yourself you deserve it. And keep telling yourself you deserve it. Like, who wouldn't want you? Like, understand that there's a lid for every pot, right? Every pot has a lid. So you can have the relationship you want. You just have to claim that you already have it. You have to tell yourself that you're worthy of this great relationship. Why? Because of who you are. Because you are a person that draws you to you. You're a person that loves, so what you have to draw love to you. You're a person of value, a person of worth. So guess what? The person of value of worth is going to draw value and worth to them. Now you may try to lie to us, right? A lie, quotation, right? You may try to tell us a story. Oh, I know I'm a valuable woman or man. I know I'm top tier. I know, but you know what? The problem is, it's not enough of men and women like me. It's not enough men out there that match me. Really? Well, that's exactly why you can't find them. Because you're telling the story that a good man is hard to find. Well, guess what? It's going to be hard to find for you because you think it's hard to find. So guess what? One ain't gonna come knocking at your door because you think ain't nobody there to match your fly. You're so exceptional. You're such the exception to the rule that is not another being in this world that can match you. Really? That's why you have so many lonely people in the world, and they want to get on the internet and talk about how difficult it is to find a mate. Well, guess what? They're making it difficult to find a mate because people compartmentalize law of assumption or law of attraction. They can see how their words create the career they want, but they don't see how their words create the relationships that they have. The law works across the board. Sorry about that, YouTube. I should have put my phone on do not disturb. Oh my goodness. Or muted my phone. May have to mute my phone and come in. I don't know. Let's see. We'll see how it works. Let me see if I can do the do not disturb here. Yes, let's do not disturb. Hey, Mega B, welcome. Hey, I am Tam. Yes. Thank you, Latoxic. So I am streaming on TikTok and on YouTube. On TikTok, double tap the screen, 10K the easy way. You get to call, come up on the panel, come in. You get to call and come up on the panel. On TikTok, you can ask your questions in the chat. Hold on 1 second. I don't know how to mute.
If JJ calls to pick up Michael, I could let him go.
Oh, okay, cool.
If that happens with you.
Okay, cool. You said Flowers has a question. Hey, Cheryl, welcome. No, I didn't see it. Let me see. Let me go back. Let me go back and see if I can see. Oh, Flowers, say the question is over here on YouTube, on TikTok. TikTok, the question is, when we decide, do we need to feel it? Do you mean feel it like as in emotions or feel it as in know it? The feel needs to be of naturalness, a conviction of the thing, no resistance, right? Because you'll hear people say, I manifested, but I didn't really believe it. And I say, impossible. Because you know what believe means? Believe means to accept a thing. And how do I know you accepted a thing? And how do you know that you accepted a thing? You gave your attention to it, which means you talked about it. You thought about it. Whether it just came across your mind, maybe if you were like, that would be nice if, or I would really like to do this. And then it happens. There was no resistance there. And the moment the thought came, you accepted the thought. It doesn't mean that you have to keep talking, you have to keep thinking it, but you do have to keep believing it. You do have to keep accepting it, right? When you decide to talk about it, what you cannot do is speak in opposition about it, right? You don't add or take away from the thought or the desire, right? So when you say, I would like this, or I would like to experience that, I desire this, then don't go, well, how's that going to happen? Or I don't know the right people. I don't have enough money. Or where am I going to find a good man? Or where am I going to find a good woman? Oh, this dating pool, oh my goodness, it's so muddied. It's so, there are no good, fish in the sea. Or, so you can't say that you want a great relationship, you want to be married, you want your SP, and then start talking about how difficult it is to find one. That's being double-minded, because now you're telling your consciousness, the universe, that it's impossible for it to bring you the thing that you want. When the reason why you're asking for it is because you already have it. Because you desire the SP means the SP is already with you. That's why you're desiring it. It's never reminded us of a poet named Pascal. He said, you would have not sought me have you not already found me. That's a desire. The reason why you're having the desire, because you already have the desire. What you're desiring is desiring you. You are one with it. You're not separate from it. But a lot of times the reason why we think we have to do something to get it is because we think that it's separate from us. But it's not separate from you. It's one with you. It's already yours. That's why you're thinking of it, because it already belongs to you. Okay. Well, for eating, you can't claim illness and then declare health at the same time. You have to choose. Are you sick or are you well? Which one is it? You cannot say that you're sick and then say, how do I manifest health? You have to already declare health. You can't talk about the symptoms. You can't talk about the problem and want the solution at the same time. You have to see yourself as already well, that you had a great birthday party, that you had a great experience, that it was an amazing time. You have to talk about what you want, not what you don't want. You have to talk as though you already have the thing that you're desiring, that you're already well in the body. And this does take what? Practice and persistence. And you do not let the world or the effects or the symptoms dictate the reality you want to experience. You don't accept what someone else tells you, what someone else says about what's true for you. You dictate it, right? You don't let the world of effects, you don't let the body dictate, you let the mind. Remember, the body has no volition of its own. It follows the mind. So you have to tell your body how to feel. And you keep saying it. Take a few moments by yourself. And what was the party like that you were well, that you had a great time, a good time, an amazing time? Live from that state. Hey, Grand Rising. Hey, Kevin. So you changed your name. Hello, Mia. Welcome. Welcome to everyone on YouTube and on TikTok. You double tap the screen, 10K the easy way. You get to come up on the panel. My TikTok handle is Prosperous Living with _T. Over here on YouTube, it's Prosperous Living with Toyia. If you have questions regarding manifestation on either platform, please put your questions in the chat. And of course, on TikTok, once we get to 10K, you can come up and we can have a conversation. If you have any questions on YouTube, please put them in the chat. Greetings. Mm. Who said alcohol is bad for you? It's only bad if you think it's bad. Remember, you're the creator of your own reality. You're the thinker of your own life. Because you're the only thinker in your reality, you're the only creator of your experiences. So I know alcohol isn't bad. I don't drink a whole lot, but I know it's not bad. I know when I drink it, but I'm not a big drinker. But that's neither here nor there, you know. My husband has a nightcap almost every night. He has a drink before bed. We know it's not wrong. He enjoys his whiskey. He enjoys his whiskey sour. The script says it this way. Happy is the man or the mind or the person or the woman who condemns themselves not in the thing which they allow. So if you're choosing to be happy with your choice, why are you condemning your choices? If you enjoy a nice wine, red wine, white wine, if you enjoy whiskey or bourbon, vodka or gin, why would you condemn it? Why would you condemn the very thing you're choosing to experience? That doesn't make for a good experience. Why are we walking around in guilt and shame? The script says it this way again, there is therefore now no condemnation, which means there's no guilt, no shame, regret, remorse to those that are what? Have awakened to the truth of who they are. When you understand that imagining creates the reality, it's what you imagine. So if you think it's wrong, don't go against your own law. If you have decided that a thing is wrong, then you need to what? Operate by that mindset. That is so interesting. Not alcohol is liver disease. What the devil? As the Christian would say, what the devil? Why so negative? Be positive. Think right about a thing. This is what the script says. Philippians 4:8. Whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are true, honest, noble, virtuous, of good report, praiseworthy. Think on those things. Why are you thinking the thing you don't want to experience and then wonder why it happens to you or happens to a loved one within your world, within your reality? Come on now, use your mind lovingly on behalf of yourself and others. Think lovingly. Think about the good. Can we think great? Can we think abundance? Can we think prosperity? Can we think success? Can we think health, wealth, wisdom? When you think it, you create it. Abracadabra. I create what I speak. As a man thinks in his heart, so is he. It's what you think about you, you'll experience. And you really are going to have to take your mind off the world and put your mind on yourself. Who cares what somebody else is doing? Is that any of your business? Mind the business that pays you. Stop minding other people's business. You're the only thinker in your life. Decide what you want. And if you're going to think of others, think lovingly of others. See people living their best life. Congratulate. Be inspired by, encouraged by. Celebrate others. Because when you celebrate others, you're actually celebrating you. Why? Because there is no other. As Neville Goddard reminds us through the law of assumption, his teachings, that everyone is you pushed out. So when you think well of others, you're really thinking well of you. Why? Because you're the only thinker. You're the only thinker, thus the only creator for you. And then when you send that love out, when you send that peace out, when you send that joy out, when you give to those that what you would like to receive, guess what? It comes back to you, pressed down, shaken together, running over. Shall men give unto your bosom? What you give, you get. So give what you would like to receive in return. That's forgiveness. Forgiveness about giving forth that which you would like to receive in return. Wherever you want grace, you got to be it. You want compassion, then you got to be it. You want love, then you have to be it. You want peace, then you must be it. You want joy, then you must be it. You must be the thing you want to see in the world, because that's when you'll see it, because you are it. And you'll never lack evidence of love because you know that you're love. And so wherever you go, you'll see love. Why? Because you're there. Because you're there, love is present. Because you're there, peace is obvious. Because you're there, joy is overflowing. Because of you. Because you're the light that shines so bright. Because of you. Whatever you're thinking about the world, that's what you're going to see. That's what you're manifesting. That's how it works. That's why you don't have to learn how to manifest. You've been doing it all of your life. You just have to choose what you want to manifest. Because life is a manifestation. What does that mean? That everything in your world is brought to your attention based on what your beliefs. And as Abraham Hicks reminded us, a belief is just a thought you continue to think. So if you want a different belief, you have to have different thoughts and keep thinking that way. And then that becomes your belief. And then that belief, what becomes your expression? You express the sum total of your beliefs. Everything you're seeing in your world is based on your concept of it. Yes, human being. You said you're confused about the boundaries of imagination. Are there any boundaries to imagination? Imagination is boundless. You can see that in your world. You see the consequences, ramifications, or the results of thinking a certain way. That's all imagining is, right? We see what happens when you use your imagination lovingly, and we see what happens when people use their imagination unlovingly. You can use it either way. You can use your mind for evil, you can use it for good. Here's what the script says. It says, I set before you good and evil, life and death. It recommends you choose life. Life is what? Seeing the good in all things. That's what life is. Life is seeing the universal principle at work in all. Seeing the beauty in all, seeing the love in all, seeing God in all. And so what it comes down to is, what do you want to experience in this thing we call life, in this dream of life, right? We understand that life is a dream. You're dreaming this reality, and everything comes into your experience based on what? Your thoughts about it. Your thoughts are your beliefs. And again, a belief is just a thought you continue to think over and over again. So if you keep thinking lack, you keep having experiences about lack. You keep thinking that you're lonely, that you're not good enough, that you're not worthy of love, that, men are toxic, or women are toxic, or relationships are toxic, or it's just red flags. You want an SP and you want to be married and you want a significant other, but you plan to date with the person. And what do you go with? What mind do you go with? Do you go with the mind that this is about to be an absolute wonderful experience? Or do you go into the date, I got to make sure I don't miss no red flags? What's the mindset you go into when you date? Those of you that are dating, those of you that are desiring SPs, when you go out on the date, do you go to get to know the person and and have the experience of the moment of the now, or do you go in trying to see if you can detect red flags? Because this is what I need you to know: whatever you seek, you shall find. So if you're going to this date trying to find out if there's red flags, oh, you're gonna get them all over the place. Bing, 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 nothing but red flags. See, when I changed my mindset about men almost 12 years ago, over 12 years ago, I changed my mind about men and I manifested my husband. I didn't go into our date trying to look for wrongness. When we met each other, and we met each other online, a dating app called blackpeoplemeet.com. That was the dating app we met on. We had conversations prior to meeting up, and he worked nights, so we would have late night conversations that's talking for hours or having. Then we decided to meet. I did not go in saying, is he really what he is on the phone? Is he catfishing me? Is he just giving me his representative? Is he not really? No, I did not go in thinking wrong or looking for problems. You got to understand this, because what you seek for, you will find. I went to the date open to having a great time, and guess what? I did, and now we're married, and it'll be married 11 years January. Yes. Interesting. So your Bible, so are you a Christian, pillar of truth of God? Are you a Christian? Do you reference the scripture? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, Rain. It's say talking about the I am being God. Well, that's what the script reminds us, right? But we know we don't need the script, but I like using the script because it is telling you about you. And you can go to Exodus, the 3rd chapter, the 14th and the 15th verse, where Moses went to when Moses was having a conversation basically with himself, right? He's going to Pharaoh to tell, or going to the Israelites to tell them what thus said the Lord, the I am. And at that time, the Israelites only knew God as a source of power. I believe it's El Shaddai. It's El Shaddai, isn't that God is powerful? I think that's the word for power in script, El Shaddai, I believe. But correct me if I'm wrong. And that's all the Israelites knew God as power. And he said, well, who do I say sent me? I am that I am has sent me unto you. That's what you say. And so we know right now in this moment, whenever you speak of yourself in first person present tense, what do you say? You say, I am. And the script goes further to say that this shall be my name throughout all generations. Well, every generation of man says, I am. And when I was in high school, I took French. And in French, to say I am is je suis. J-E space, je being I, suis being am. S-U-I-S. The only difference between Jesus and je suis is the I. You remove the I and you get Jesus. You replace the I in French, you get I am. I am that I am. Whatever you attach to I am, that's what you shall be. I am is the name of God. And since you call yourself I am, whenever you speak of yourself, you're speaking as God. You got to get that. Whenever you say I am, you're speaking as the creator. So what are you saying about the I am? That's why in the New Testament, the Christ was speaking to his disciples, and he asked 2 questions. He said, who do they say that I am, and who do you say that I am? Right? So that's what you have to ask yourself. What is the world saying about me? Who cares? And what do I say about me? Who do I say that I am? Because it doesn't matter what the world thinks, because the world is only going to reflect. So whatever you're attached to the I am, that's what you should be. Why? Because you're the creator. The creator is I am. The creative power in man is the mind, is your consciousness, is your awareness. You're the conceiver. You're the observer. You are. Your mind is. Your individualized, unique expression of the one. That's why we can say there's not one world. There is many worlds as there are people in the world, because no 2 people at any one time, any moment is experiencing the same world. Why? Because no 2 people think exactly the same. No 2 people are perceiving life from the same facet or same mirror, same perspective. Hey, D Rich. Say, how do you find your true self? How do you transform your thinking when the people around you make you depressed? Hello, Iris Blue. So this is what you're going to have to, this is where the accountability and responsibility is the pill you will have to swallow, Iris Blue. You have to come to the realization that you can't give people outside of you power to control you. You can't say that someone else is making you feel away. This is where you're going to have to decide to take your power back and not give people the power to make you happy or the power to depress you. You're going to have to decide that you feel good because of who you are, not because of who they are. You feel good about you because of what you see about you, not what they say or think about you. This is the shift that has to happen. This is when Neville Goddard talks about self-concept. Those of you that are familiar with Neville Goddard's teachings, the law of assumption, this is where self-concept is the main ingredient to transformation of your experience. The script put it this way: be not conformed to this world. So this world is the people in your world. The people in your world. You cannot conform to their thoughts, to their beliefs. You have to conform to your own. And so how do you conform? You have to transform it. By how? Renewing your mind. Now you have to think the best of you. Now you have to see that you are amazing, you are dynamic, you are beautifully and wonderfully made. Marvelous are the works of your I am, and that your soul knows quite well. Listen to that Bruno Mars song. You are amazing. I tell everyone that when you start feeling that you're not enough, that you're not worthy, there's something wrong with you, that you need to change something about you, go listen to Bruno Mars. 'Cause you're amazing, just the way you are. And when you smile, the whole world stops and stares for a while. Because when you smile, the world smiles back. Why? Because the world is your mirror. So when you love you, when you recognize how amazing, dynamic you are, how powerful of a being you are, you won't let what other people think about you matter. Because remember, there is no one else in the world but you. You are the only thinker in your reality. So it only matters what you think. And remember, your world is just projecting back to you what you believe about you. So you feel that you're not worthy or deserving, and your world says, yep, you're exactly right. You're not. You say, oh, I have low self-esteem. I lack self-confidence. I'm unworthy. I'm undeserving. The world says you're exactly right. See, what you have to understand about consciousness, the universe, it doesn't say no. It says yes every time. It doesn't matter what you're attaching to the I am. Whatever you're saying about yourself, it says, yep, you're exactly right. And the world isn't going to change until you do. You can't change the world. You can only change yourself. Oh, okay, okay. We're at 10K? Oh, okay. Cool, cool, cool. We can start letting people up. Thanks for toxic.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Good morning. Good morning. Hello, hello.
Okay, so the reason why I asked that question was because you know how they say bed of a feather flock together, and you know it's like in your environment they change you and stuff like that. My issue is that I don't want my environment or the people around me to have access or to like change like me in a way that I can't control. You know, that's why I asked that question.
Oh, okay. So in what way do you think your environment can control you? I know that's the programming we start with, right? We start with the programming of looking for outside validation, right? We want people to like us. We want people to understand us, right? Well, this is the shift in consciousness that has to take place, where you no longer are seeking validation from others. The validation is now going to come from yourself. You all the love you wanted from whoever's in your reality, whether it's from your parents, your significant other, your cousins, your friends, you're going to have to give that love to yourself. And then once you give that love to yourself, the people in your reality are going to mirror that back to you.
Really?
Yes. So once you start loving you, say that again. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, can you like give me like an example?
An
Because
example?
like, I do love myself and stuff like that, but I feel like the people around me, like what I'm gonna say is not gonna be nice, but like I feel like they're so depressed or so miserable that when I am with them, I feel it. Like I become that because I'm very sensitive to like energy. So when I'm around them, I just feel my energy going down and stuff like that.
So would
And
you
sometimes
not say that you're giving your power away then? Because now you're saying
no, I'm
this,
not saying.
that the environment has the ability to dictate how you feel about you. Is that
I
the
know
power?
like
Is that where you want to live? That when you go into certain rooms and you feel quote unquote negative or low vibrational energy, that you're going to adapt to that as opposed to raising it. Because that's the
I'm
choice you have
going
to
to
make.
like. Uh,
You have to make a choice. Am I going to be the light bearer, the joy bringer, the peacemaker, the love giver, or I'm going to be the one that goes with the emotions of the day? If they're mad, then
You
I'm
know what?
mad. If they're feeling down, then I'm feeling down. If they can't see positivity, I can't see it either.
Wow, that's interesting. Because what I was gonna think was I was trying to like shield myself from it. Because I used to be, I am still that person, but I just want to protect myself now. Because I was the light bearer. I used to give love, so much of it. I have boundaries now, but like, I just want to like protect myself from it, like not involve myself with that, you know?
Well, there's
Because like
nothing
I feel
wrong
like,
with it. I know a lot. I hear a lot of people say that they're protecting your energy, protecting your mind, protecting your sanity. And if that's how you want to live your life, that's fine, right? So that means whatever
yeah,
group you're in, you're always going to be flocking from group to group until you find a group that is exactly the way you want it. Do you think
mm,
in life that you're always going to find environments that are exactly the way you want it without you being the
no,
reason why it's that way? So I'm going to tell you the environment can be exactly the way you want it because you declare that it is.
oh,
You are the operant power and you get to decide every night and every morning how your day is going to play out. You get to script your reality. You get to tell the story of the version of the day you want to experience. That's the power you
really?
have. Yes, that's the power you
So,
have.
so if I wrote it like on a paper and said it exactly how I want it to be, it will come, like, it will manifest. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. You don't have to write it on a paper, but yes, you can write it down. You can say it in your mind. You can say it in the mirror. You can say it out loud. You can say it while you're laying in your bed before you get up. You, as you go to sleep at night, you can write it down, or you can say it within yourself, or you can say it, vocally, however you want to do it, whatever, you know, fits your fancy.
Okay, I'm gonna try that. Thank you. Um, cause my issue is like with inflation, it's not everything is so expensive. So I'm gonna use that and be like, I want everything around me to be like more cheaper or something.
Oh, you want to have you have more money. You're always taken
Yeah.
care of, right? Don't focus on
Oh, okay.
price, focus on
Okay.
abundance. I don't care
All
what the
right.
price is. I can afford whatever it is, whatever I want, I can have. Because it's
Ah,
about seeing
like
yourself with
that.
the thing, not seeing yourself with how much it costs. Who cares about the cost, right?
Mhm.
Value is
Mm.
relative. Value is subjective. You're calling it expensive, but how can it be expensive in the divine economy of infinite abundance?
My also question is that can I also use this like um with like a person's thinking, because like for me, I want my dad to be more calmer and less insecure. So how do I use that? Like, how do I say a positive stuff?
Right. That he's secure in our relationship because I'm secure. He's reflecting you.
Um, okay.
He's your mirror.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's just yes, he loves me, he adores me, he knows that our relationship is strong and supportive. Why? Because I know it is. Because I know it's support.
Mm.
Because I know I'm true, I'm honest, I'm dedicated, I'm committed to this. He
Oh my god, thank you
feels
so
that
much.
I know that we are in this together.
Mm. Okay, I'm gonna try that. You're dropping gems. I'm gonna use that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Because I needed like an example, because I have been trying and I do say work because I feel like I have manifested $100, but I want to, like, I don't know, use it for like good grades, kind people, and like, to be able to give love and not feel hurt or anything like that, and
Yes.
use it for my boundaries. That's what I want to use it for
Okay,
mostly.
okay,
And like
okay.
get a job.
You have everything that you're saying. Everything you're saying, you already have. You just have to allow it in. You don't have to do anything to make it so other than speak it. Your word is sufficient. You got to know that. You got to know it only
Okay.
requires for you to speak it and nothing else. Speak it and believe it,
Mm,
and then let it be. Right? The scripture says, I don't
okay.
know if you're familiar with scripture, but I like this. I like the Bible because I understand is that it's a manifestation book. It's a metaphysical book. So it says, in the
Okay.
beginning, God said, "Let there be," and it was. And so since you're God, your source, what do? let there be, and guess what? It was. The moment you say it, it becomes so.
Right.
Change comes from decision, not time. Understand that. Time does nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Time isn't anything. All change comes from decision.
All change comes from decision. So
Yep.
it's like what you're choosing.
Yep.
That will be the outcome.
Yep.
Am I getting that right?
Yep.
Okay.
You decide that your relationship is secure and harmonious and loving and tender and nurturing and all that you could ever imagine that it can be. That's what it is.
So I can also use this to help people, right? Like in case someone is having a negative chat, I could say your day is going well, everything's working out for you, something like that.
Yes. Yep.
All right. Thank you so much. I'm gonna mute myself so that the next person can go.
Oh, okay.
But I could stay.
Yes, you can. You can stay. You can stay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Iris. And so, yes, that's the power that we have. That's the power that we have. Take time out of it. Take money out of it. You know, those are constructs, right? Those are limitations, right? We're limitless beings. And so money, time, those are all constructs of the mind because we wanted to conceptualize things. And that's okay. But understand that time and money plays no part in your manifesting the desire or outcome that you want. The only thing that decides if you can have it is you're choosing it. That's it. Just choose that. Just make the decision that it's already yours and it will be. And you have to practice not trying to interrupt, interject, or try to make it so. And that's where a lot of us get off course. We say, well, I want this, so how do I make it happen? How do I make it? Remember, all creation is done. You're not making anything happen. You're not doing anything. You're just being. The moment you decide that you are it, you will have it. See, the end of being is having. And you never have to do anything to make it so. Exactly. The how is not a factor. Why? Because it's already done. Hey, Insight. Welcome, welcome. Hey, Agent. Welcome, welcome. Yep. So I know you will hear people say, be, do, have, be, have, do. Take the do out of the equation. The doing is inconsequential because that is automatic. You are compelled to do because of who you are. Because whoever you say you are, you will express it. And you don't have to figure out how to do that. It's natural. It's innate within you. You're going to automatically express abundance once you have the consciousness of it. Once you decide that you are wealthy and live from the state that you are, which is what? Be it in your mind. Be wealth in your mind, which is how do you talk about money? How do you talk about the things that you want? How do you talk about the obligations you've created, which are your bills? How do you speak about those things? You're creating that reality for yourself. So all you have to do is worry about being, and everything else takes care of itself. Because the doing is the world of effects. It's never the cause. What is the cause? Mental consciousness. The mind. That's the cause. It's what you think about, you bring about. It's as you think, so shall you be. As you think. So whatever you think, you create. So be deliberate in your thinking. Be deliberate in what you want. And learn how to be easy with yourself. Learn how to forgive yourself more. Learn how not to beat yourself up. Extend grace to yourself. Don't live in the past. Don't live in the past of the choices that you've made prior to knowing who you are. Don't start beating yourself up with, oh my goodness, I wish I would have known this 20 years ago. Oh my goodness, I can't believe I did this. Oh my, that doesn't matter. Only thing matter is the now and how you see yourself now and live from that state. That's why you told don't, that's that And I know people love the shadow work. People love the healing journey, and I get it. It's part of the experience. I'm going to tell you it's unnecessary though. But I get it. People want to experience it. People feel like they got to talk to their inner child. People think they got to do a shadow work or a healing journey. People think that's necessary because, they just don't think that forgiving myself is enough, which is giving myself grace, giving myself compassion, giving myself joy, giving myself love, living from the state that I'm already healed. Not that I need to be healed, but that I'm already healed. If you just decide that you're healed, there's no journey to healing. You're already healed. There's nothing to do, there's only to be. But a lot of us don't believe that there's nothing to do. We're always trying to figure out what to do. There's nothing to do, there's only to be. That's what Neville Goddard said in his book of The Power of Awareness. Let me see if we get that book. Maybe we can read some of what Neville Goddard said about there's nothing to do. We think we can make things happen. You can't make anything happen. Creation is finished. All states exist now. All states exist now. There is nothing to do. There's only to be. Be the person that has the thing, and then the thing shows up. The thing shows up. Once you decide that you already have it, you shall. That's how the script says, whatever you desire when you pray, believe you received it and you shall have it. Yes, just choose differently. We like to complicate it because we don't believe in easy. So if you all are familiar with Neville Goddard and you have his book, The Power of Awareness, he has a chapter, it's chapter 21 of the book. You also can you can hear this book audibly on YouTube. You can also go to my channel. I did The Power of Awareness. I read the book as well. But you can listen to anyone on YouTube read this book, or you can get the book on Amazon. I believe they offer it. I have it in paperback form. So he says, the question is often asked, what should be done between the assumption of the state fulfilled and its its realization? What's to be done but between you accepting that the state is already fulfilled and the realization of your desire? What's to be done? What does he say? Nothing. He says nothing. Let's say that again. The question is often asked, what should be done between the assumption of the wish fulfilled and its realization? Not a thing. Nothing. He says it is delusion that other than assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled, you can do anything to aid the realization of your desire. You think that you can do something. You want to do something, but actually you can do nothing. The illusion of free will to do is but ignorance of the law of assumption upon which all action is based. Everything happens automatically. It's automatic. Dr. Joseph Murphy used the wording compelled. You'll be compelled to do the thing. Why? Because you are. Because of your behavior is based on your self-concept. Everything you do is based on your beliefs. Everything. From what you eat to what you drink, to how you dress, to where you live, to the type of car you drive, to the type of career that you have, the amount of money that you make, the amount of money that you have. All of that is based on your self concept. Hello, hello, welcome, 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 everyone. I am streaming on TikTok and on YouTube. YouTube is Prosperous Living with Toyia. On TikTok, it is Prosperous Living with _T. So we have Mac Baker on the panel on TikTok. Welcome, Mac. You can unmute.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing this lovely. How y'all ladies? Y'all doing pretty good, huh?
Yes, amazing. Thank you.
Yeah. Supporting the live.
Oh, okay. I appreciate that. Did you have anything to add?
Yeah, but even though when you talk about the assumption, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the power of free will, I agree we don't have free will.
Mm-hmm.
What I do believe is that we can refuse to love the truth once the truth is presented.
Whose truth? What truth?
There's only one truth.
What truth is that?
In conversation, and we having a conversation between, or a dialogue between two individuals, and it's understood within your spirit, and there's an agreement. When things don't add up, you be like, that don't add up. That ain't right.
Is it necessary that you agree with another?
Yeah, in order for you to have truth, we must understand and agree. And when we don't agree, there's either a miscommunication, misunderstanding, or lack of communication, or no truth.
Okay. See, I know I am my own truth. I don't need someone else to agree with me for me to have truth. You don't have to believe anything I say ever. But I'm gonna stand on my truth because it's my truth. I don't need a chorus. I don't need an amen corner. I don't need anyone to validate me or pat me on the back. Because what I know to be true is true for me. It never has to be true for you. Ever.
I don't know. Those words didn't add up, though.
Why? Why do you need another person to see your perspective? Why is that necessary?
Because we have in love, and understanding, and not being self-seeking.
Okay, so, but whose perspective are we going to come to a consensus of? So is it what you're saying I have to agree with, or is it what I'm saying you have to agree with? Because what if we just never agree? Does that mean love isn't there?
No, that means there's a break in the communication.
But who's thinking this?
Well, in truth,
who's thinking that it's a breaking of communication because I don't agree with what you're saying? Who's having that thought?
It'll be both, because as you look at even in a relationship, when you're with a significant other, the ones that do fail is because it was a break in communication somewhere.
The reason why relationships fail is because people create the reality of failure. If you didn't create it, then it wouldn't be it. If you didn't think it, it couldn't be so. As a man thinks in his heart, so is he.
I believe that.
Yeah, so my relationship flourishes because I say that it does, not because I need my husband to agree with everything that I think. That's unnecessary. I don't need a clone of me. I don't need my husband to be in lockstep with everything I choose and with everything I think. Because we are unique expressions. And I'm here to accept my husband's perspective, not change it. I don't need him to see the world as I do in order for me to love him.
That didn't matter. I'm not going to do what I think. What I think don't matter. It's about truth.
Mm-hmm.
So if you are married with your husband, that means that your worldview and how you look at things and your focus in your life is a part of what you want and if he's a part of your life, it's how you want your life at that point. Other than that, you wouldn't try to make it work. You'll do something different.
Well, it works because I say so. That's why it works, because I decided that it does. It's all about decision. I decided that I should have a successful marriage, so I do. For no other reason. That's why it works, because I decided that it does.
Exactly. It's a part of your expectations.
Exactly. And he has nothing to do with it. He has to play a part. He has to play the role of the script that I write, just like I have to play the role in the script that he writes.
I beg to differ.
Okay.
Okay.
That's okay. I mean, we don't have to agree. See how that is? We don't even have to agree. That don't mean I don't got love for you. That don't mean that. I mean, we don't have to agree, and that's okay. See how we come to that conclusion that we don't even have to see it from the same perspective, and it ain't no love lost.
No, what I'm saying, I was like, from you, right? And you a woman, you a female. As a lady, if he don't fit your program, you will cancel that. You might try to repair it and be with it, but eventually you will cancel that.
I will cancel what?
That relationship as a woman, you will do that.
Interesting. Okay.
You will fight for it. You will fight for it, right?
Right. There's no reason to fight. Love is not about fighting. Love is about surrendering. I don't fight for anything. I decree and declare that a thing is so and it shall be. I don't have to fight. There's no need to fight. You only need to love. Love requires no fighting. So if that's how you perceive love, that's why people struggle in marriages, because they think they have to struggle in marriage. They think they have to fight in marriage. Marriage is not about fighting and struggling and straining and striving.
And it's definitely not about power.
That part, having power over someone else. I'm not here to have power over my husband. My husband and I are in this together because we enjoy one another and we accept one another for who they are, without needing the other to be different so we can be happy. The moment you start thinking that someone else is responsible for your happiness, that means they'll be responsible for your sadness. Why give someone that power?
Yeah, I think you run that relationship.
Lord, if you say so, whatever.
The only thinking about power is not love. That's not love.
I'm experiencing the relationship from my perspective, and my husband is experiencing the relationship from his perspective. That's all that's happening in this reality. Everyone is experiencing life from their own individualized self-concept, their own perceived reality. And so I perceive that I have a great husband that is nurturing, that is a provider, that is funny, that is enjoyable. My best friend, someone I travel with all the time. And then he will have to say how he sees me as a wife from his perspective.
Yeah, okay. But those lyrics automatically told me a lot when you told me that. So
okay,
they got to fit your narrative, and once that narrative,
I said that already. So we're not saying anything different. I said I'm writing the script. He's writing the script, and I'm writing the script. He has a script of the role I have to play in his world, and I'm writing the script of the role he plays. But that's for everyone. That's not just in marriages. That's in business. That's in friendships. That's in family. That's in relationship to money, health. It's in relationship to everything, to every facet of your life. You're writing the script. You're the producer. You're the director. You are the star as well as the author of your life.
Oh, you believe that?
Yes.
Oh, okay. What I know is that the script has been written from the creation of existence.
Okay.
And all we doing is just playing out what's been written.
And so, do you see the Bible as a history book?
I'm gonna tell you what the Bible is. The Bible it's been canonized by Catholicism, and it's come from the original scrolls. The original scrolls from the Dead Sea Scrolls. There's thousands of scriptures.
Yeah, I get
I'm
it, but I'm saying the script that we have, the Dead Sea, all script, whether it's the Bible, whether it's the Quran, whether it's the Upanishads, whether it's the Sanskrit, whether it's the Emerald Tablets, the Hermetica, do you see it as literal history? Or do you
well,
understand that it's spiritual and psychological, that the world is mental?
I look at it as like the Quran and all the other stuff is false, but the
Oh,
Dead Sea Scrolls are real.
oh, okay. Well,
I only talk about what I can prove and what I know exists, and through physical evidence and things that are seen and experienced, real life lived.
so you only deal with the five senses?
Oh no, I deal with the facts. Like I don't deal
But
with
that's
theory.
what that's the five senses are. The five
Okay,
senses are
facts.
about things that you can that is objectively seen, right?
Okay,
That's
okay,
what the five
yeah.
senses are objectively. However, that's not what the Bible talks about. The script doesn't talk about that. The script talks about believing in something you cannot see. It's faith. The Bible is metaphysical and it's about a faith walk.
Yeah, but like I understand what the scripture's saying, but you can see the faith though. That's the difference. Because if you can't see it, how you gonna believe it?
Right, you have to see it inwardly before it becomes objectified. It's subjective before it ever becomes objective.
I believe that. Like
Right.
faith is things unseen,
Right.
things you hope for.
You're right. And then it becomes something you can see. Right?
If God revealed it to you like that way.
Mm.
Some people he blinds. He let them
Yeah.
stay blind.
Yeah. Well, it's not,
But
yeah, everyone comes in here blind though.
yeah, everybody, yeah,
Everyone starts off in a forgetful state.
and that's the thing about it. When you blind,
Mm-hmm.
you can get your head knocked off. Like I done seen a lot of stuff that happen being
Mm.
blind.
Mm. Well, it's part of the dream.
It's like a dream, in it.
It is a dream. God is dreaming this world. God is you playing a part of a human. It's dreaming this dream of life. It's asleep in you until he awakes in you as you. I won't say he, it. Let me say it, not because it's not he or she. It's not a man. It's not a woman. It's not gender. It's
Oh, you
spirit.
don't
It's
think?
spirit.
Oh, spirit. You say
Spirit. So spirit is asleep in you, and then spirit awakes in you. It's the Christ mind. It's the Buddha mind. It's Krishna.
I don't think it's the Buddha, and the Christian, other stuff. That none of that Allah's false, but it's only one.
I
Like
guess.
it's only one of you. It's not two of yous in this planet.
I get that. Well, if
You
you
see?
say that, I know it's only one. There's only one mind, only one power, only one consciousness, only one faith, one Lord, and one Father of us all, which is the awareness, which is the consciousness, and it's all things. It's Allah, it's Brahma, it's Buddha, it's Jehovah, it's Yahweh, it's Yeshua, it's whatever you say it is. But I'm going back. I'm about to move to the next person on the panel because we got a few more people coming up. But I appreciate the conversation. Thank you.
All right, Allah.
All love. Hello, Coco Rose.
Greetings.
Greetings.
How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Good. I'm happy you came up on my For You page, and then I looked on your page or whatever before I started interacting and everything to make sure we was like I knew what was going on before I looked at your post or the screen in front of us. And I agree with like most everything you're saying and stuff like that. And I just was on a panel yesterday with an atheist, and they took me off of there because I said that. I said exactly what you just said. Everything is a mind thing first. We was a thought first before we came out of here. Like everything.
They was like, what? You crazy? They called you a crazy lady.
Yes, at the end of the day, you're not waiting for nobody to come and get you, and it's not nobody not there. Somebody is there. It's you. It's you. You gotta get yourself out. Ain't nobody here to help you but you, baby. Like people just not understanding that. I had to learn that when, growing up in a hard family and growing up in the household when I was younger in my child life or whatever. You don't really know that. You just give what they teach you and what the doctors and the schools and your mom and at the church tell you. You just do that. And then you just sit to the back, and then when you are with yourself, you're like, who is this talking? What am I supposed to do? But now when I'm older, now that I'm 37, in the last 3 years, I've been finding myself noticing that when I do these things that you're saying, like basically I listen to my consciousness and make because okay, you're the author of your own book, like you just said. When I said, this is what I'm going to do, and this is not what I'm going to do, and I'm not listening to that, and being a rebellious, everything's been working out for me. Everything.
Yes, beautiful. I love
And
that.
that's why I wanted to come in, because he was like, it's more so your experience. Yeah, I got a lot of experience of not doing it the way that I felt like it, and I just had to accept I will never be the American dream. I will never fit into the government or the American society. And that's okay. That's okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And the
And
thing
that doesn't
is,
make me lower to somebody else, and nobody's going to tell me that. And I don't have to tolerate it if I don't want to. I can either walk away, or I basically walking away is all I do. I'm like, and I just let them know, like, I still love you, because I was here for that experience. I'm a spirit. This is school. I feel like Earth is school for spirits to interact and get an experience from another spirit, and to find your truth within you. My truth might not be your truth, but we're supposed to find it through love and the truth, and what we feel like is right.
yes.
And a big example that I try to give to a lot of people to understand what's going on. The people ahead of us, these people ahead of me, because my tax bracket is probably like, I'll say 30,000. So that might be lower to somebody else. So anybody above me, you know what I'm saying? I can be there if I like I said, I'm the creator of my experience, but I'm taking it and waiting, letting things play out, because I adapt to my environment. But a big thing is like the government and the people that's over us, they believe they're supposed to be there, even though they're doing wrong to us or using us for whatever we got, or not telling us in all of this. And they believe they're doing right, even though we feel like it's wrong. In their heart and their reality, they're doing it and they're making it. And that explains it. The man that's taking over the United States, he's doing good on himself. But not everybody feels like he is. But he's got it. He's got it. He doesn't have income. He doesn't really have a real job, but he gets paid from everybody around here, and he's living his best life he feels. So that's an example. Like, you can be whoever you want to be. If you feel like it's right, it's you.
Yeah.
I don't feel like he's right, but he feels like he's right, and he got it.
Because it's not about right or wrong. It's about what works. That's what people have to get out of their mind. There's no right or wrong. It's only about what works, and it's working for him, as you said, right? You have to understand there's only one government, and that's you. You govern your own mind. No one is over you, right? No one's over us. No one is above us. That world that's happening out there has nothing to do with me. I mind the business that pays me, and I don't mind their business. I let them keep their business. I'm gonna mind my own. My mind is my thoughts.
And that was like, it touches me, like sometimes, like it I don't want to say it angers me, but it's like a little thing like that I feel when people be like, oh, they complaining about something that they can change. And you're complaining about something. That's like going in the store and getting something and paying for it and getting it and realizing you don't want it. And then it's either you can get a refund or never go back to that store. Why do you keep going back to that store complaining about the same thing, bro? Get out of it. Buy something else at the other store.
That part.
Like, that don't make sense to me. And thank you for having me. I will be following you and looking out for you.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you for joining. Thank you. Hello, Course Miracles. Is that Flat Earther?
Yeah, hey, how you doing?
Hello, I'm great. How are you?
I'm good. I appreciate it.
Yes.
So yeah, I just wanted to come up, you know what I mean, to talk with like minds and just kind of give my 2 cents. I had like a awakening the other day about something. I was looking at the story of Adam and Eve, right? And I was seeing that when they ate the apple, right, that it wasn't that the world changed, their perception of the world changed.
Yes.
So that's why when you say that we create our reality, you know what I mean? It's like that's what that story was about. It's about them believing in fear, and so that's why their world became dark.
Yes.
It wasn't that the world changed. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep.
Another thing that I wanted to kind of like just throw my 2 cents in, because I know that in the spiritual community, everybody is trying to manifest and get abundant. But this is one thing that I'm learning, that all gifts of God have to be shared. So if you want to give off gratitude or abundance, you can't just be grateful for waking up. You got to be grateful for the next person, grateful that they are there to highlight where you might be lacking love. You know what I'm saying? And if you want to be abundant, you're going to have to give another person the idea of abundance.
Yes.
By not being stingy, or what I'm saying, or showing them that money, not that money is not a thing, but that it's all good. You know what I mean? That I know that I'm going to be okay, that this is not where my riches are. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to put my 2 cents in. And then last thing, I had another thought, because I was like, in the Bible, right? I think that a lot of people kind of have a mistranslation of what the Bible is saying. So when they say that God sent his only son, right? So I think that God is love, right? The emotion, the positive energy, love, that creative force. His son is also a copy of him, which is also love. Okay, so and I think that love is foreign to this earth. So God sent his son into the earth, which is the spirit of love, which is in all of us,
Yes,
to save the world, and that we all have a part to play in the salvation of the world.
So is it the world or your world?
It's both, I guess, because I was even telling somebody this yesterday, because they didn't understand when I said that you create your reality. And I was like, you have a grandmother, all right, and you see her a certain way, but her boss sees her another way, and another person sees her a different way as well.
Yeah.
That's because we all have our own manifestation of that person. Yep. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, they are real. It's not that they're just in our mind, but they are real. So we have a shared reality, but we also have our own individual reality as well. So I think that is both.
Okay. Because I know that once you operate in love, you'll always see love, right?
Yes.
Right. So once you change your mind, your world reflects the change that you've made in your consciousness, right? Yes, so that means I don't have to do anything to the world. I just have to be the thing I want to see in the world, and then I will.
It's true.
Right. So there's no, as I say on my live, I'm not Captain America. I'm not here to save nobody. I'm not a savior. Yeah. You're your own savior. I'm just a bearer of truth. And what's the truth? The truth makes you free. The truth makes you free, right? So nothing I got to do but what? Be the light bearer.
It's true. So what I was getting at was not that you got to go out there and preach the word.
Well, I'm preaching the word right here, right? Am I not?
No.
Right?
Well, at the same time, it is fun to debate and but our goal is really, like, to me, just like you said, is to be loving. And also, I always tell people that our goal here is to transmute negative into positive. That's not, our own negative emotions. We're trying to transmute those into positive. And the philosopher's stone, or the key that helps us to transmute, is forgiveness.
Yes. So what is forgiveness to you? Right, alchemize. So give your definition of forgiveness. Because I think a lot of people struggle with that, from my perspective, from whatever I come across doing, because I've been doing these lives like over a year and a half.
Okay. Well, forgiveness is really to overlook, to recognize that this place is not real, that a person cannot really sin against you. You know what I'm saying? Because this is like a dream.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like if you did something bad in the dream, should you go to jail in reality? No. And who needs to apologize? So in truth, is about looking past the veil of the fear and the darkness that we see. Just like I was saying about Adam and Eve, when they ate that fruit, that's when they started to see darkness. That's when the veil came. So we're trying to see past the veil of problems and have Christ's vision and see what God sees, because God sees his beautiful children. And we're trying to
Yes.
see that. So we're just trying to overlook things. And I know that it might seem hard for people because they're going to come up with scenarios. What if somebody's beating?
Yeah.
Like, why would I create that world for me? Because you don't realize you're not a victim.
That
You're
part.
creating whatever situation, you know what I'm saying? And I wouldn't create that for myself.
Yes, Coco,
And
you can get these. Hold on for a moment, of course.
That's right.
Coco, anyone on the panel, you can get the recordings of my lives. Almost every live I've ever done on TikTok is on my YouTube page, Prosperous Living with Toyia. The link is in the bio. So I always upload my. It's probably very few that I didn't upload, but that was only because guests were sharing things that they didn't want repeated outside of the community. So, but mostly every live I've ever done, you'll find on my YouTube channel. Now go ahead, course.
Yeah, I forgot what we were saying.
I'm talking about forgiveness and overlooking. People will come up with circumstances to say, well, what if this is happening? And what if that's what if this person's doing this? And what person's doing that?
Yeah, so you know, we just have to realize that we are not victims, you know what I mean? And once you can take control of that, you know what I mean, then you can start to, you know, create your reality.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
Because you're always creating your reality. You just didn't know that you were doing it. You're
Exactly.
always thinking, right? You're always perceiving life in a certain way. That's why you're told by the script that if you want to be transformed, you got to renew that mind, and you cannot think the way the world thinks. You cannot be conformed to the fear, the doubt, the limitation, because that's the world's base. That's why the Christ said, I'm in the world, but I'm not of this world. I don't think like the world thinks. The world only operates from fear, from sight. It doesn't know faith. It only believes in that which it can see, taste, smell, touch, hear. It won't believe in a thing that's beyond the senses. But those are your talents in script. That the 5 talents are your senses that you're supposed to use inwardly to manifest outwardly. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful thing. I love the way you were interpreting script. That's exactly how I see the script. That's exactly how I see it. I see it exactly the same way. It's the same story from Genesis to Revelations. The Old Testament is about the duality of the mind. The New Testament is about the oneness of the mind.
Amen. Amen. I got one last thing and then I'm done. Okay, yeah. So, you know, I was talking with an atheist, right? And I kind of had to break down that, to me, God is positive energy, and it's opposite. Even though God really doesn't have an opposite, would be negative. And you can see this, and you can experience this in your real life, because that's why they say, if you stay positive, even in a bad situation, while you're sleeping, it's still working. You know what I mean? That positive creative force is still working.
Yes.
So, you know what I mean? God is intelligent, positive energy.
Yes.
And you know what I mean? And that's what's creating our world. And that's what built. Well, I mean, like, that is the force that, you know, that is it's almost like you can tell when you're moving the wrong way, because then you have negative energy. And negative energy is, in a sense, like it's like a psychic pain. It's almost like, you know, to move your hand from fire because it's hot or whatever, or it started to burn. You know that you're not thinking the right way if you're mad, because that's also psychic pain. Yeah.
Yep. It's the source of good. It's how the world is governed. And here's the thing: atheists don't even realize it. They're saying the same thing we're saying. They just call it energy. That's it. The science calls it energy.
Yeah.
And we call it source. We call it God. We call it consciousness. We call it mind. Right? They're trying to prove things through what? Through experiment. That's exactly what we do. We experiment with the mind to prove that the law works. They're doing the exact same thing.
Amen.
So as much as they may want to fight it, they're actually saying the exact same thing we're saying. They're just using different terminology. We're all saying the same thing. So I'm gonna go to the next guest. Of course, thank you. I appreciate the conversation. Great conversation. Yes, as someone stated in the chat, we are having great conversations this morning. Love it, love it, love it. Keep it going. Keep it coming. Love it. Hello, hello, Ray. All day. How are you?
Hi, good morning, Toyia.
Good morning.
I've been on your lives before. They're so awesome.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I woke up late this morning and I entered this discussion and I'm like, oh, this must be for a reason, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's all resonating. I feel like you know, everything that's been said, it all takes practice. Almost like every minute of the day, you know, and that's something that I've struggled with, just being aware of myself. And I have been, because if I'm not aware, then I go back to those like old programs
Okay.
that don't always serve me well, right? That are based off of like survival. And I have to become aware so that I can step out of loops, because then I don't know that I'm looping sometimes until I gain that awareness. And I'm like, oh, I'm in this loop. I'm tired right now. I feel like crying because I haven't been taking care of myself. I'm in this loop because I've been working all day and I skipped meals and I haven't been outside and now I want to cry. It's like, okay, I don't have to be in this loop. This does not have to be my reality.
Yes, yes.
But I wanted to circle back on what you said earlier about childhood wounds or shadow work, and that you don't have to do that. I've heard that before, but for me, I have had to do that because in reflecting, I'm remembering.
Okay.
So that's how it's been working for me. So I do like deep reflection, journal. Like last week, I was looking at old pictures, you know, like when I was a kid, and I'm like trying to remember that little girl. And it was exhausting, but it helped me like remember my like innocence, like my divine, my divinity. It's something that I tapped into, and it was like, oh, I'm tapping into this little girl, but it's not the little girl per se. It's the innocence. It's the divinity of that you know we come into this physical form with. So I was remembering that, and like that happened through that deep reflection, and then it started to heal my past, like how I was like perceiving things like as I got older. And so that's the method that I've used. Reflecting, it helps me remember. But at the same time, I can look at my life where I'm like in the present moment and I'm just shining, and I don't have to prove, and I don't have to, and things are just coming to me. But without that awareness of that state of being, it all gets kind of jumbled up. So like one morning I can be in a loop, and then in the middle of the day I'm out of the loop and I'm shining and I'm getting opportunities. But if I'm not aware that these things are happening, then I don't fuse with my true self, if that makes sense. You know,
and the only reason I say with the shadow work or the healing journey or their inner child, you know, to me, from my perspective, it's coming from a place of you're not already whole, that there's something wrong with you that needs to be corrected or fixed. And I just don't agree with that. from my perspective. I see you're already perfect. And the only reason you ever need to look back is to forgive, which is to
Yeah.
give forth that which you feel that you're lacking. But you were never lacking. That is the deception. You were always well, you were always abundant, you just didn't know it. So you just
Right.
need to forgive yourself for not remembering. It's okay that you were in a state of forgetfulness. We all were. And so only to shine light upon that, because there's no such thing as a past. There is no younger you. There's no younger version of you. Your being is ageless and timeless.
Yeah, but I forgot. So
Right, but now you remember, so why do
Yeah.
we need to go back? So now you remember, so why do you need to go back? What's the purpose of going back?
Well, going back helped me remember. So now I don't have to go
I
back.
think
Now I
going
can-
back helped you to forgive, is what you're saying. Now, I didn't help you to remember, because you already remembered. Going back helped you to forgive, which is okay. Again, there's no wrongness there. There's no right. There's no wrongness there. If that's what you feel was required for you to do to be at where you are, that's okay, right?
Wait, so you're saying that I didn't forget? I didn't remember? I forgave? I'm not clear on that. Because we come here not knowing, right? So we have to remember. And I'm saying I had to go back in order to remember that I am whole. That's what I'm saying. But you're saying I didn't remember, I always remember, I just forgave. Is that what you're saying? I just want to.
Yeah, I get. Yeah, and so it's what we're mixing up two things, right?
Okay.
So you're in a state of knowing now, right?
Yes.
And at the time you were going back to the inner child, were you still in a state of knowing who you were? Or were you in a forgetful state when you went back? You weren't in a forgetful state when you went back. When you went back to that past, what you're calling the past, the younger version of you, you were already in a state of knowing, right?
Yeah.
Had you already awakened that there was something greater about you?
Oh yeah, for sure.
So that's what I'm saying. So the only reason you ever went back was to forgive, not to remember, because you were already remembering. You already know that you're infinite, that you're eternal. And now you're going back to forgive what you didn't know. But why? Who
Can I put?
why? Here's the thing. I get it. Here's the thing. I'm saying why is a rhetorical thing, not as I need an explanation from you, because I know why people do it. They feel like, for whatever reason, we've been told, I don't care what you remember, it's still something wrong with you. I don't care that you remember who you are. You need to go fix some stuff. You need to go change some stuff. You need to make that right. And I'm saying, no, you don't. The moment you remembered, it was whole. The moment you remembered, it was complete. God don't need fixing. God don't need healing.
Right.
God just need to remember who you are. And so if you're ever going to go back, it's to forgive. And forgive means what? To give forth that what you to give forth that what you would like to receive. So if I'm going to go back and talk about my past, I'm only coming from a place of love, of understanding, of compassion, not trying to fix anything, but forgiving that I didn't know what I didn't know.
Right. And I definitely wasn't trying to fix anything. I was trying to meet that. I'm just going to say what I know. I was trying to meet that little girl before the world, started weighing on her. I was trying to meet her, like trying to remember that innocence, like just thinking, like, what did I like to do? I was very imaginative. I like to just, pretend that I was like on TV, and I would notice everything. I'm a writer now because I notice everything. And I'm very detail oriented. And so just remembering that the beginning helped me know even more that, like, I am whole, and that's what I was saying, like, about daily practice. Cause like you forget, right? It's like, one moment, you're like, yeah, I'm whole, but then you find yourself in a situation where, let's say someone cut you off in traffic or something. I mean, traffic doesn't really bother me, but let's say someone like cuts you in line and you've been in line for a long time and you're already tired and you're like, what? You can forget, who you are like, in those
But that's only
moments.
because you're dealing from a place of right or wrong. You're trying to say, well, if I'm mad about being cut off, that's wrong.
Yeah.
Who says?
Yeah.
Who says it's wrong? You're still dealing from so when I say you're going back to that younger version of you, which doesn't even exist, there's no such thing as a younger version of you, but that's a reality you're creating. So in your reality you're creating, it's this younger version you have to go deal with and talk to, and that you have to make right. That's what you're doing. You're going to make it right, and I'm telling you, ain't nothing wrong. But you keep fighting on me for wrongness and say no. And I'm saying it's not. And again, no judgment there, right? You get to do it because that's your reality. Just I know from my perspective is not necessary, because there was, even you as the little girl that experienced all the things that she experienced, there was no wrongness there. Consciousness isn't seeing it from that perspective. Your logical mind is. Your logical mind is still trying to reason. I just experienced all these traumatic things. I felt whatever you felt as a child, whatever innocence you felt was taken from you. Consciousness isn't seeing it from that perspective.
Yeah.
It's seeing it only as an experience, not something that defines you.
But
see, we try to get defined by the experience. We're like, well, I had a childhood, and you can't tell me that childhood didn't happen. And I know these things that happen, but I'm going to tell you that's not who you are.
Yeah.
Those are just experiences that you had. And the moment you try to attach yourself to the experience, that's when you start judging it and seeing that it's something that you need to change.
This is so helpful. This is a different perspective for me, because I'm very much like right or wrong, and very much like,
yep, we've all been trained like that. We really think it's about a morality.
Yeah.
It's no morality. Consciousness doesn't deal in morality. Consciousness only cares about what works. So again, if that works for you because that puts you in a great place, I'm not here to say that you shouldn't do it, right? I'm just giving you a different perspective. That's all.
No, and I appreciate it. And it works for me in that I have moved forward. But
I feel like you're always going to be in this perpetuation of trying to heal yourself.
Exactly.
Right? Because and I'm trying to get, and I just want to get you out of that state, because you just talked about being in the loop. Oh, I'm having a bad day, or because you keep judging yourself as, should I be doing this? Should I not be doing this? Is this right or this wrong? How does this other person see this? Am I offending someone? Who cares? Stop judging you. No one's judging you but you. And the moment you stop judging it, it goes away.
Okay. I get it. You're right. Because it's tiring.
It is.
When am I going to be done?
Because it's like you're on this journey. Are you ever going to reach the destination?
It doesn't.
Because we're not here to journey to nowhere. Where are we? Where's the destination? There's no final destination.
Yeah.
It's infinite expansion. You're on a journey to nowhere.
Yeah.
You're just here for the experience and the expansion. That's it. Nothing more.
Yeah.
Nothing less.
Okay. This is great.
We're not here to fix anything. We're here to experience all things. That's what we got. We're not here to fix anything. We're here to experience all things. That's why I say I ain't Captain Save America. I'm not here to save the world. No, I'm not a savior.
Yeah, that should go in a t-shirt. I'm not here to fix anything. Oh my God, that's going to be the theme for the rest of my week. No, this has helped me tremendously, because yes, I very much am like, I got to get it right. Oh, I messed up.
And you can never get it wrong.
I'm like, oh yeah, I did something right. I'm healed. It's tiring. It is a loop.
Yeah. It is. Go ahead, Course. I know you said you wanted to add something.
Oh yeah, okay. Something that has helped me with deal with, past traumas is to recognize that is an opportunity to see where I'm lacking love within myself, or lacking love. And when I say lacking love, that means that there's probably some place inside me that I have judgment against something or someone that, you know what I mean? And so, even when, I'm angry at somebody, or, I'm sad or whatever, I just recognize that is an opportunity for me to find out where I'm lacking love. So it's just like a highlight, you know what I mean? So that you can heal that block, because a lot of these past traumas, they are blocks, and they're only blocks because we're not being ourselves, and ourselves is whole. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or we're not aware of ourselves. If that makes sense. And I hope that I'm not sure if the host agrees with me, but
It's not about what I agree with. It's about
no,
what
I'm
you
just
what you
saying,
know to
I
be
mean,
true.
yeah, I'm just saying.
I know that you never lack love. You may not be expressing it in a moment, but you always are it.
Yeah. Well, like, okay, so I'm not aware of it at that time.
Yep. And hello, welcome to all on YouTube. I am streaming on YouTube as well as TikTok. Over here on TikTok, you get to call in and we get to have a conversation. Wonderful conversations that we're having this morning. Yes. And so yes, when you operate judgment, right? The script speaks about judgment in several ways, right? The three main ones I pay close attention to, and there are others, but the three main ones I depict or bring out is it said, judge not, now you should not be judged, condemn not, you won't be condemned, but you forgive, you shall be forgiven. It also says be careful how you judge, because the measure that you use against, it shall be measured back to you, right? Whatever measurement you use, it shall be measured back. And then it says to judge righteous judgment, which means to think right about a thing. That whatever you're judging, you're thinking right about it. And what's right about it? The truth about it. And what's the truth about it? In love. Right? So judgment will cause you to stop eating. When the righteous judgment causes you to stop eating from the tree of knowledge of good and bad, wrong or right. And it causes you to only eat from the tree of life. And the tree of life is love. Is love. So if you find yourself always judging you're eating from the tree of knowledge. You're eating from duality. You're eating from believing in two powers. There is only one. There's no source for evil. There's only God. There's only good. So when you start judging, say, "Oh I shouldn't have did that. Oh my goodness, why did I say that?" Because you can. Who gonna check God? That's how you have to operate from the God state. Like, who gonna check God? Who gonna check me, boo, in a line of Real Housewives of Atlanta by Sheree? Who gonna check me, boo?
But Toyia, how do you remember? How do you stay in that awareness? Like, who gonna check me?
It really is a practice, and
Yeah.
it's awareness, right? When you have to be aware that you're operating from that state of good and evil. Thinking, right? Being aware of your thoughts, because nothing is good and evil, only your thinking makes it so. When you operate from love, which is what the Course was saying, operating from that place of love only judges righteously, which means it only judges in truth, which means it only comes from a place of love. Anything outside of there is fear-based, right?
Yeah.
So the script says, fear is torment. Like you just said, you're on this loop, self-sabotage, right? Just keep thinking, so that fear-based mentality is torment. Your mind is tormented. But perfect love casts out the fear.
Mm-hmm.
So it comes from the awareness. And this is why meditation and prayer is key. Knowing yourself is key. Being aware of what you're thinking changes what you think. See, if you don't know you're doing it, then how can you change it?
Well, I also wonder if trying to explain it also puts you in a loop too, because you're trying to make it make sense.
Right.
Because I feel like when I'm speaking, I feel like, do I even believe this? Does this even sound right? And
so when you say believe, what does that mean to you? Because I hear a lot of people use believe. And when I used to be in church, the way they use believe is not what believe means. So when you say, do I believe this? What does that mean to you?
For me, believe just is just like a habitual way of thinking. That's all it means to me. Like, this is something that I think about habitually. So I believe it. It doesn't mean that I can't change my belief, but it's
so when you say, when you say, do I even believe this? Are you saying, am I going to continue to think about this? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Am I? Yeah.
Are you?
I don't want to. Oh my goodness. I don't want to. Now I feel crazy.
You're not crazy. It's just like, Like you
That's
telling me
what's
all I got to
happening.
do is choose. Yeah, all you got to do is choose to think differently.
Okay, yeah.
That's all you got to do. All you
All you gotta do is
choose
remember to choose differently.
That's it.
Just remember to choose. Well, because yesterday I went from having a delightful meeting dinner with strangers, just in the moment. Then I get home to my neighborhood bar, people I know, and it's like I go back to this distorted version of myself where I'm like, yeah, remember what happened last year? Yeah, remember. And it's like, how am I this different person? How did I go from this free being person to now this
Yeah, you're in this
distorted
perpetual
person?
judgment, right?
Yeah.
What you did last year, what you did last week, what you did,
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that doesn't happen to us all, right? That old mind tries to come and take and be in first place. That's when you have to kill off. You have to kill the dragon. You have to slay the dragon. You have to cut off the head. Which means you have to decide once it tries to resurrect, that's when you got to talk to yourself. I talk to myself because there is no one to talk to. People ask me why I do what I do.
It
so
does
when
make me see clearly that I am creating my own reality.
yeah. So when the thoughts come, talk to it. Say, not today, not today, Satan. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. But you got to rebuke the thought by what? Changing it. Because Satan is just a negative thing. If you know who Satan is, you can say, I rebuke you, Satan, and you know who Jesus is, the I am, the Christ is the wisdom. When you understand, you can talk like that as a Christian would talk. Because when you understand what you're saying.
Yeah. It's that simple. Because I am a writer and a thinker, I like to just think so much. What if this? What if that? Let's go down this, but
I know people like to, here's the thing. I understand people claim things that they really don't want to experience. So here's the thing, what people do. I'm such an overthinker. Why are you claiming that? And you don't want to overthink. Why you keep saying it? Because you keep creating it.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Right? Because if we keep saying it's like the very thing we don't want to experience is the very thing we keep giving energy to. And then we wonder why it keeps happening. That's why.
Yeah.
Because you are literally writing the script of your life, the story of your life through whatever thoughts you're having. You're making it real. So you have to say, I love that once I make a decision, that's it. We have been talking about that. When we talk about what it is we desire, preface it with I love. And when you notice, when you start saying I love, you will notice negative thoughts dissipate. Whenever you say, oh, I love this, the mind automatically is going to go to find something to love. It's not going to seek positive. It's not going to seek negativity.
So the example you gave was, I love that when I make a decision, that's it.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that. That makes me think of upcoming holiday invites.
Yes. Yeah.
Do I go? Should I go? Maybe it'll be different this time.
It'll be different because you say it is. You have to choose that it's different. You have the ability to command your day. Are you commanding your reality? Are you commanding your day? Do you wake up and command the day and say, I love that everything works out for me. I love that today was an amazing day.
I do, Toyia, I do, but then I forget during the day.
What you mean you forget?
Well, I do. I wake up and I'm like, the world is mine. I get to create it.
And you let circumstances dictate. So if things don't happen quite the way you think, you're like, oh, it wasn't a great day.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the world of effects rules your day. No, the world of effects don't rule. What?
Because I'm not practice. This is why this conversation is helping me so much, because I'm going to practice now.
Okay.
Now I have the tools. I didn't have them before.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, it's just like when people say, oh, it's going to be a great day, it's going to be amazing, and they spill their coffee. So get another cup. How did spilling the coffee make the day bad all of a sudden? Just pour another damn cup of coffee. Milk spills. Who cares? Glass breaks. If it
So,
drops on a
Toyia.
hardwood floor or tile, we know it's going to break. If you drop a glass, yes, it's going to break unless it falls on carpet.
So I declined an invite for a holiday thing later this month because I'm like, I just, my nervous system's not gonna be able to handle it. I don't want to put myself in a
Oh, here
situation.
we go with the nervous system. Ooh,
Yeah,
that's
I
a
don't
new
wanna put myself
thing
in a
people talk about, boy.
situation.
People keep diagnosing. I just wish people would let go of the diagnosis. Why we always got to be making things be wrong
Because
with
we
us?
want to make it make sense. We want to understand.
We just look for problems.
So I declined because I'm like, why should I be in a space where people have already told me that I make them mad or I say this or I like, how about I just stay away then? Yeah.
I mean, I get it. Here's the thing. I don't agree that we have to force relationships, right? Life should be easy peasy, fresh and squeezy, right? And so I'm only going to a space because I choose to and for no other reason. Never out of obligation. Not because they invited me, so I must go. Or if I don't come, everybody gonna be talking about me. Who gives a? The only reason you should ever do anything is because you truly want to do it. Because when you do it from the heart, there's no expectation. You're not looking for reciprocity.
Right.
Right? And too many people do things out of reciprocity. They want it transactional. Love is unconditional, not transactional. So if you want to be at the holiday party because you're truly going to enjoy and have a great time, do it, regardless of what anyone else thinks.
I truly don't want to go.
Then
It's
don't.
truly not my
Then
vibe.
Then don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you don't need to make any excuse. Who cares? Like, I got better things, so I'm gonna do something else and take myself out for this holiday party.
That's where I'm trying to get to. So I'm trying to be that Olympian. I'm trying to be that Olympian, which you would probably say that's wrong too, because why are you putting that pressure on yourself?
No, there's no wrongness. No wrongness. I hope you're not thinking that I'm telling you that anything you're doing is wrong. I'm telling you, decide what you want.
It's that language I need to.
Decide what you don't want, and then just remain faithful to it.
Okay. Oh, all these T-shirts. You really need to be making all these T-shirts.
He said I should be making. I had thought about that too. I was like, I had to find me a vendor or something. You know, I was telling my husband that I'm like, I need to put some of my sayings on a cup.
Oh, definitely.
A mug and some T-shirts. I just have
seriously, we would buy them. For real. I have to go back and listen to this discussion later. This has been so helpful. I don't want to take up any more time, but thank you so much.
Oh, I appreciate you. The great conversation. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Kevin. Oh, little toxic giving me vendors. Look at it. I got one, girl. I got one for you. Printify. I may have to look into it. I talked to my husband about it. Hey, Kev. How are you?
I am wonderful. How are you?
Oh, great. Oh, they ship for you too? Okay. Wow. Go ahead, Kev.
I know this is off topic, but I just ordered my tapper.
Oh, did you?
Waiting for it to come in so I can just attach it to the phone. You know.
My husband has one of those too.
Yeah, I definitely see this live, you know. What did you say? Something like 100,000 followers? I think that's a good start.
Yes. Me
just
too.
A start. Just a good start. Because I see it in the millions.
Yes.
No, that's my perspective. You can do with your perspective.
Right. I'm here for it. Tens of millions. Let's get it. Let's go.
I think I put in the live earlier in the chat that once we make a decision, that we have to be hard-headed about that decision. Stubborn. Meaning we don't give a flying, you know what anybody else say or think about that decision that opposes our decision.
Yep.
And we ain't got to hate on them. It just means they're not on our plane. They're not on our thought. And you don't need them to be. Because the only person you're going to ever fight with is you.
Yep.
And like you just said, if you find yourself thinking, have a different thought because you need to die daily, as the script says, then put that thing to bed. So, oh, no, you don't. Not today.
Not today, Satan.
Not today. So you're going back, where you came from. The new me don't recognize you. And you'll find that it, like all cowards do, it'll go away.
Absolutely.
You are the one to be feared. You don't need to fear anything. There's nothing to fear. When you're all of everything,
Preach.
you're everything. And everything is you. I think that's a song.
You are everything, and everything is you.
Toyia.
Yep, you are everything, and everything is you.
And you are. And it is. And I think I put in the chat, you don't see with your eyes. You see with your awareness. Because if you see with your eyes, you're only seeing the illusion.
Yep.
And seeing what good is it to pay attention to those things that aren't real? Why give them weight? Why give your power, your energy over to those things that you don't want? Recognizing who you are, that you have the power to accept or reject. And you can use it at free will. It don't make it a moral issue. It's a what do you want issue. If you want to experience struggle, then just say I have a hard time filling the blank. If you want to experience easy peasy, fresh and squeezy, just say that's easy. That's no problem. It's what do you want?
Yeah.
If you can't figure something out, you just say, you know what? I can't figure this out. I don't see how this is possible. Then it won't be.
Mm.
But if you want it, you say, you know what? I love that I deserve this. I love that I have this. I so enjoy this thing that I desire. And stand back and let it materialize because that's who you are.
Yes.
You don't need a coach to teach you how to manifest. You are the essence of manifestation. What does it mean to manifest? You. It's who you are. It's how you're created. It's how you're made. You don't wake up in the morning and ask somebody permission to be, male or female. You just be.
Yep.
You don't ask somebody permission to get something to eat. You just go eat. You don't ask somebody permission to breathe. You just breathe.
Ooh, yes.
Stop asking yourself permission to do anything and just tell yourself what to do.
Ooh. That part.
I didn't know I was going to say all that. I just came up to say hi.
I love that. You made me think of Buddy when you talked about the permission. You always talk about those permission slips. It's like you can get your permission slip in the link. The permission slip is a $1,099.99, whatever it is. You always talk about selling permission slips because you don't need permission. You just need decision.
That's it.
Decision, not permission.
That's it. And you're making decisions all the time anyway. It's just your awareness is separate from some of the decisions that you make.
Yep.
The manifestation only comes by a decision.
Yep.
Somebody said, I'm sick, and I don't know why. I said, I know why. You decided to be it. You know what? I'm no longer sick. You're not. And I don't know why. I'm just not sick anymore. Oh, I know why. You decided not to be sick anymore.
Oh my goodness. That part.
Your awareness is what helps you remember who you are. And you are God manifest in the flesh. There ain't a thing wrong with you. There never was and there never will be.
Yep.
If something's wrong with you, you have to create it.
Mm-hmm.
Because the law is for everyone, without exception.
Mm-hmm.
It's the law. It don't require that you believe in it. So I don't believe I get everything I say. Okay. You just don't believe it. That don't change it.
You don't have to accept the truth, but you will soon find out the truth.
How about that? What's the example I use all the time? I can jump off a building and say, I don't believe that. I'm going to prove to you that the law of gravity doesn't work. And you may jump trying to prove to me that you don't believe in the law of gravity. Now, you may break something, but it won't be the law of gravity. I really just came up to say hi.
Oh, we appreciate you. You shared
something
more
like
than
that.
We're so thankful you shared more than that, Kev.
Well, I appreciate you guys. I love all you guys.
Same here.
I used to hear in church they say, I love you and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yep. I love you and there's nothing you can do about it.
And nothing you can do about it. You know why I love you? Because I decided to.
That part.
Y'all be blessed. I'm going to get back down in the chat. If anybody have a question or anything they want to ask or been thinking about or whatever like that, you can ask. Toyia is more than qualified. And, I can help whenever I can.
Absolutely. Because thing is, you already know the answer. You're just looking for confirmation.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. That's all right. We're just your mirror. We're just your beautiful reflection.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And all of you are so beautiful.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much, Kev. Really appreciate you.
You're welcome so much.
Thank you. Yep. Decisions. You got a decision to make. What is it that you want? Who do you say that I am? And that's what you shall be. What do you desire? Because whatever you're desiring is desiring you. It already belongs to you. And the beauty of this law, this is how you prove imagining creates reality. Decide what you want and do absolutely nothing to make it so. That's how you prove this law to yourself. So say you want a relationship to be restored, or people are saying things about you and you just, you're tired of hearing the negative thoughts. You're tired of hearing how people are perceiving you. Start saying, actually, they love me. They actually are so supportive and nurturing, right? Because remember, this is your story. You want to be main character in your story. You're the star of this play. So you never want to play supporting cast or background music to your own story. So you only here the beautiful, right? Remember those three monkeys? Hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. That's how you should be operating in this life. You only hear beauty. You only hear the lovely. You only hear the noble, that which is honest, with that which is true. Is that you're an amazing person. That you don't have the ability to make anyone mad. People, that's a deflection, right? Whenever we go around saying that someone else made us feel a certain way, we're not taking accountability for our own perspective on life. No one can make you feel anything. You're choosing to feel that way. You're saying, well, they're not saying and being the person I would like to see, so I'm mad about it. Really? Why do they need to be a certain way so you can be happy? Because if you understood that it's your thoughts that you're seeing, the only reason why you're seeing what you're seeing is because you're thinking what you're thinking. That's it. So once you start practicing to think differently, you'll start to see the world differently. You'll start to see the world differently. So whatever you're desiring, you want the SP, you want the car, you want the house, you want the money, you want the health, you want the wisdom. You already possess it, right? Wisdom is innate within you as well as abundance, right? And the key to manifesting anything you desire is not to try to figure out how or how much. The only key is to decide you already have it. That's it. Not how you're going to get it, not where's the money's going to come from, not how's the person going to show up. See yourself as already being it. The relationship that you're desiring, you have to see yourself as worthy of it, as deserving of it. That it's not hard to find a good person to share your life with. But if you keep saying that there are no good fish in the sea, and every time you go on a date, you're looking for red flags, you're going to find exactly what you're looking for. Because whatever you seek for, you shall find. You're always going to get confirmation bias. I know people talk about, oh, it's confirmation bias. The world is confirmation bias. Your world is always confirming your biases. Always. Whatever your beliefs are, the world is going to show you. This is exactly how you see the world. Now, I know the moment you make a decision, you think, oh, it takes time. I'm saying that I'm this, but I don't feel it. I don't see it. This is where faith is required. Because faith is about believing in something you cannot see or feel. See, people let feelings get in the way of their manifestation. They say, well, I don't feel rich. Who told you had to feel rich in order to be rich? I told you to be rich, not to feel rich. I said to be still and know. That's what the script says. Be still and know that you're rich, not be still and feel rich. No. Have a conviction of it. So what does it mean to be rich? To see abundance in all things. That's wealth. That's true wealth. You see abundance in all things. But all you got to do is look. You can look within, you can look without, because as within, so without, right? So you look within your mind and you're seeing money flowing. Some people will manifest seeing rainfall from the sky, or imagine themselves open up an envelope. But nowadays we don't really deal with physical money too much, right? Now everything is digital. So what you're doing, you're opening up that bank app on your phone and you're seeing the numbers you want to see. When you go into the store, anything you desire, you're seeing yourself with it, not how you're going to pay for it. You're seeing yourself as already having it. The car that you desire, you see yourself already driving it, not how you're going to get the car, not when the car is going to come. Why? Because consciousness deals with here and now. Your reasoning mind deals with then and there. Where there's no then and there. There's only here and now in consciousness. It's not when I get it. It's since I have it. So you got to change up the way you talk. It's not when I get the thing, it's since I have it, since I am this. Man, I drive that car wherever I go. Every Saturday, I'm getting it waxed, I'm getting it shined, I'm doing whatever you would do with the car. I'm showing it off. I let my friend test drive it. They loved it. They were like, "Oh my goodness, this car just drives so smoothly." Like, talk as though you already have it. You cannot be afraid to speak the way you want your life to be. It does take courage to speak those things that be not as though they were. Ooh, say, I just got a check in the mail. All right, let's go. Wow. Let's go. Wow. You say, this is so normal. Yes. Yeah, you're seeing the end result, declaring the end from the beginning. Say, okay, see Harvey, not see Harvey. Yes, oh, oh, yes, AH. I know. Because we have to understand that our thoughts are things, our words is the power, right? The script tells us your word is God, your word is bond. The word that you speak, it is spirit and it is life. It is power and it is life. The spirit is the power, right? The spirit is the movement of God, right? The power of God. All power belongs to God. All power belongs to the divine mind within you. That's why you don't have to try to figure out what to do. That part is not up to you. You're just supposed to be in the state of receptivity. Get in the receiving line. Have your heart and arms wide open to receive the blessing. Stop closing yourself off with limitation, negativity, worry, doubt, and complaining. If you're going to complain, use complaining as beneficial to you. Man, I can't believe that this thing happened so fast. Man, I can't believe it came so quick. Man, I can't believe that. Talk, when people complain, they're like, man, I can't believe. So talk as though it's already happened. Man, I can't believe this thing happened just the way I thought it. Oh my goodness, I can't believe it happened. It happened. I can't believe it happened greater than I ever could have imagined. Oh my goodness, I can't believe. If you're going to talk about can't believing something, believe in a thing, you can't believe it in its reality. But I want you to caution you when it comes into your reality, stop saying you can't believe it, because then you won't have it for long. Because believe just means to accept. All right? Or instead of saying can't believe, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, this thing just happened so fast. Oh my goodness, it didn't even take that long. Oh my goodness, I never thought it would come in this way. Oh my goodness, it came in so easy. It came in so effortlessly. I could have never imagined the way it came. I am, flabbergasted. Oh my goodness, I'm in awe of everything that's happening for me, everything that is taking place. I'm just so or as we have been saying over the past couple of days, right before I went on vacation, I love that everything works out for me. I love that I have more money than I ever know what to do with. I love the beautiful home that I have manifested. I love the car that I'm driving. I love that I make more money. I love that I am generous. I love that I am joyful. I love that I am wise. I love that I am healthy in my body. I love that I am maintaining a healthy weight, the weight that I've always desired. I love that I have smooth and flawless skin. I love that I have an amazing relationship. I love whatever it is you're desiring. Say that you love it. And you keep saying that you love it. And you keep saying that you love it. Because the words that you speak, they are spirit and they are life. It will be resurrected in your reality. Because I am the resurrection. I am the being that brings things that gives life to my creations. You say you only believe when you don't know. Hey, Gary, welcome. Hey, Sunshine. Hey, did you know? Well, to me, knowing and believing are the same thing. Because you have to accept a thing in order for it to be your experience, and that's how you know it, right? Belief turns into knowing, because belief is acceptance, and the moment you accept it, it becomes an experience, which means you know it. See how it all works together? It all flows together. It all flows together. Believe to is accept. Once you accept it, you experience it, and that becomes something you know. The problem is people be knowing the wrong thing. People be knowing the very thing they don't want to experience. Oh, I know my body. I know I'm sick. Well, then you get to be sick. Do you want to know health? So then you have to accept health in order to experience it. Oh, I know that it's hard to get money. Well, it's only going to be hard for you to get money. Because every time, I always got to be tested and tried. I got to go through tribulations. I got to struggle through. Well, as you speak, so shall it be. Because you know, right? You just know. Well, I suggest that you know something else. Know something different. Start accepting a different belief. Start accepting a different experience. So then you'll know something else. Some of us know too much in what we know and what we want to know. What do you want to know? That's a decision you have to make. What do you want to know? And the knowing is just what? A conviction of a thing. And people have deep convictions about the wrong thing. Wrong meaning the thing that they don't want to experience. Wrong meaning the unwanted. The very thing they're trying to keep away. That's the very thing they're calling forth because they just know. Oh, I know you gotta struggle and strive before you could get the blessing. I don't want any advice from someone that hasn't been through nothing. We have been trained to believe in the struggle. And if somebody's life was easy peasy, fresh and squeezy, we don't got time for that. They don't know anything about living. Everything was given to them. They were born, they parents, they came into money. They don't know about the struggle. I want to talk to somebody that struggled through life. Why? You think you're getting brownie points from the universe because you struggled to get the thing you got? Your consciousness doesn't know struggle. Consciousness only knows the effortless way. It only knows let there be and it was. That's all it knows. It knows when it drops the seed, when the acorn falls into the soil, the acorn isn't struggling to be the oak tree. And what action do you think they need to take, Chrissy? All action is mental. That's the only action that ever needs to be taken is mental. Because the physical is automatic. So I know I had read earlier Neville Goddard's book, The Power of Awareness, and the chapter that I read from was Free Will, chapter 21. And he says, the question is often asked, what should be done between the assumption of the wish fulfilled and the realization? He says, nothing. It is a delusion that other than assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled, you can do anything to aid the realization of your desire. You think that you can do something. You want to do something. But actually, you can do nothing. The illusion of the free will to do is but ignorance of the law of assumption upon which all action is based. Everything happens automatically. All that befalls you, all that is done by you happens. Remember, I told you it's a happening. Every action you take is based on a belief you have. The reason why you act the way you do is because you believe as you do. And a belief is just a thought you keep on thinking. So you keep thinking that life is a struggle, you'll keep creating experiences of struggle. You keep thinking that it's hard to have a great relationship, or that, it's hard to find a good man, or it's hard to find a good woman, and you just red flags just popping up all over the place. Well, guess what? You're going to create situations where it's going to be red flag, red flag, red flag. It's going to be difficult finding the mate, difficult finding the boyfriend, difficult finding the spouse or the girlfriend. It's going to be so difficult because you have believed that that's what it is supposed to be. Do you know when I made the decision that I was worthy, it took no time for me to find my husband. And at that time, I wasn't even looking for a husband. I just wanted a good man. And the good man just happened to be my husband. He just turned out to be my husband. I didn't have marriage on the brain. I just wanted to experience a great relationship for the first time. And that relationship turned into marriage. Yes, believe means to accept. To accept and experience something is what allows you to know. Yes, that right there. It says your assumptions, conscious or unconscious. This is the power of awareness. You want to be aware of what you're being aware of. So he says your assumptions, conscious or unconscious, direct all thought and action to their fulfillment. To understand the law of assumption, to be convinced of its truth, means getting rid of all of the illusions about the free will to act. Free will actually means freedom to select any idea you desire. So it's about what decisions, it's about choice. By assuming the idea already to be a fact, it is converted into reality. Beyond that, free will ends. And everything happens in harmony with the concept assumed. Then he quotes the script, John 5:30. I can of my own self do nothing, because I seek not my own will, but the will of the Father which has sent me. Who is the Father? Your awareness, right? The Father in the script is your awareness, is your own consciousness. You're going to do the will of your own consciousness. So you don't have to figure out what to do. It happens. When you decide that you're wealthy, when you truly decide that you're wealthy, wealth happens. You're going to start getting ideas of wealth. And then money's just going to flow to you. The things that you desire is just going to flow to you. You're going to be gifted things. You're going to realize that you don't have to pay for much. That the money is always there. That you'll always have an abundance of everything. You want to travel more, done. You want a greater income, done. You just have to decide that you do. Just decide that you do. And then once you decide and remain faithful, this is the key element. The first chapter of James tells you this. I believe it's the first chapter of James, but it's in the book of James. A double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. So you cannot say that you are wealthy and then speak lack. That's double-mindedness. How do I say I'm wealthy then speak lack? Well, then I go to the grocery store and I'm mad about how much food costs. I'm tripping about that. Oh, my rent was $1,500 and then went up to $1,800. How dare they? This is your reality. Command what you want to play. You don't let them tell you how much you're paying. You decide what you want to pay. You're the creator. This is your story. Either decide that you're paying, that it's going to the rate is going to stay the same, or you're having enough money to pay the rate, whatever it is. But make a choice. Just don't complain. Don't speak lack talking about you're wealthy. You can't talk about abundance and then talk about lack. They don't go together. You got to pick a side. Pick a side. Pick any side. Either you're wealthy or you're not. Ain't no monkey in the middle, right? The script says, I wish that you were hot or cold, but you're lukewarm, which means you're double-minded. You're playing the middle. I can't do nothing with that. I got to spit you out my mouth. I can't do nothing with double-mindedness. I need you, when you get yourself together, when you become single-minded, when your eye becomes single, that your whole body may be filled with light, says the script. When your when your eye becomes single-minded, so that your whole body shall be filled with light, the light of understanding, the light of consciousness, then you shall have whatever you desire. Because I say to you, whatever you desire when you pray, which means when you recognize, when you acknowledge the I am within you, whatever you desire, whatever you decide to have, right? Your desire is a decision to have a thing. That's all it is, right? Your desire is your decision to have a thing. So whatever you desire, whatever you decide to have, when you pray, when you acknowledge it, just believe you've received it, past tense, accept that it's already yours, then it's yours. Accept that it's yours, then it's yours. Just decide that you have it in it, but you can't let the world of effects, you can't let the 3D dictate. I don't see it. What's taking so long? I don't know what's happening. My 3D keeps, circumstances keep showing me. Why you letting circumstances dictate? You know what you're seeing is old news, right? What's playing out in your reality now is based on the way you used to think. So now you got to allow the 3D to catch up, because the 3D is slow. It's slow to the party. Sometimes it even feel like it's late, but it's never late. It's never late. It's always on time, because in the spirit, it's already done. But the 3D say it's like Alice in Wonderland. I'm late for a very important date. No time to say hello, goodbye. I'm late. No, it's not. It's never late. It's always on time. But the 3D will try to convince you that it's late. That's the world of effects. You got to know. This is where the knowing comes. You got to have a deep conviction that regardless of what I'm seeing, I know that I already got it. I don't care what the world says. I command the world. The world does not dictate to me. What you mean by prayer? So what you mean by prayer? Prayer means to command your reality. That's all prayer means. Prayer isn't about asking, begging, or pleading. It's about commanding. Neville Goddard has a really good book called At Your Command. Read that book. It's a very short book, packed with power. At your command. He reminds you that the world is at your command. You don't ask the world for shit. You don't ask the world to give you a goddamn thing. You tell it what you want. You speak it, and so shall it be. Remember that script I showed you guys the other day? I had it on here yesterday. Let's see it. Let's see the script. We need to see the script. Isaiah 55:11. Isaiah 55:11. So shall my word be that goes forth out of my mouth. It shall not return unto me void. Do you see that? It shall not. It will not. Whatever you send forth is coming back. But it shall. It will accomplish the thing which I please. Whatever I please, whatever I'm sending out, is going to do it. And it will prosper in the thing where I sent it. Oh, it's happening. Because the word is near thee, even in thy mouth, to do the very thing you're asking. Because whatever a man thinks, that's what it shall be. So you got to understand the Bible's psychological. The Bible ain't about no man that would live 2,000 years ago. Sorry. Hate to bust your bubble. The Bible ain't about no man that lived 2,000 years ago. It's about the mind. It's psychological truth. I know people came and corrupted the script and used it for ill gain and used it to, control and manipulate the masses. But now you've awakened to the truth. You know who you are. Now you understand that the Bible is a spell casting book. It's psychological truth. It's esoteric knowledge. It's metaphysical. It is a scientific book. It's about the science of the mind. They're letting you know this whole world is scientific. That you are the scientist of your life. You're always experimenting with your word. What else can I call forth? What else can I prove? Because that's all the scientist is doing, right? Proving his theory so that the theory becomes a fact, becomes a truth. That's what you're doing. You're proving to yourself that this law works. What else can I speak? What else can I expand to? What else can I bring into my reality? Yep, Reacher, that's it. So what is the book again? So the book I was reading from earlier was The Power of Awareness by Neville Goddard. And then the other book I referenced is At Your Command. That's also by Neville Goddard. So the two books I referenced, The Power of Awareness and At Your Command. The truth makes you free. The truth only hurts for those who aren't ready to receive it. The truth doesn't hurt. It only hurts to those who aren't ready to receive it. That doesn't mean you're not ready to receive it, because the truth makes you free. It don't hurt. It just makes you free. But it is bondage to those who are imprisoned in the mind. Because what the script says, the letter kills, but the spirit gives life. See, some people read that script and they only abide by the letter. That's why they're still in bondage in the mind. But the spirit gives life. It only gives that script is to the awakened mind, not to the sleeping man. The sleeping man will never understand that book. Not to say that they can't use it to their benefit, because they do. Because here's what's so beautiful about the law. The law is no respect of persons. All are using it. Some people are using it wisely and others are using it unwisely. Some people are using it to control and manipulate, and others are using it for love and light and beauty. You get to decide. Because what you need to understand about this life is a dream world. And there is no wrong or right in consciousness. Wrong and right only is left to the Son of Man. And you are the Son of Man, which is the voice of mind. Man means mind. Son means voice. Idea, expression. So the script tells you that the Father judges no man, left the judgment to the Son. You're the only judge and jury of your world, of your reality. You're judging this world. The script says that the Christ didn't come to judge no man, though. You said, what? I didn't come to condemn the world. I came that the world may be saved. Through what? Through love. You save yourself through love. You save your world through loving your world. Love you. You are the world. You are the children. You are the one who makes a better day. So let's start giving. Give what? Give peace, give love, give joy, give whatever you want to see in return. Because it's not about others. It's only about you. See, too many times we try to take the focus off self and put it on others, and then that's when we get tripped up. Because you must understand that the others are you. There's no separation. You are the world. The world you're perceiving is the world you're creating. You're only seeing your consciousness, no one else's. You're only seeing your thoughts, no one else's. Now, when you come into this third dimensional plane, you're told what to think. But at a certain age, you have to stop saying what my mama said and my father said. Okay, you can say that at 12, but at 32, you got to let go. At 22, you got to stop talking about what your mama then told you. Or how your mama then lied to you, or your grandmother did this to you, or your uncle said that to you. You're going to have to let that go and live your life. Not according to their standards, but according to your own. It is sometime in your adult life, the age of reason, says the script. At the age of reason, whenever that comes, because some people come into the age of reason at 12, where they understand that they can think for themselves. Some people at the age of 7. Some people at the age of 45, like me. My age of reason didn't come to 45. Well, I was like, oh, damn. I've been creating. Different times in my life, I realized that, when I look back over my life, I realized, when I decided a thing, it happened. Like whenever I decided something, you can do it too. You can look back over your life and you can be like, when I decided, there are specific times in my life that I recognize when I decided something, it definitely happened. When I decided, before I truly understood the law, because we were always using the law. We were always using our mind. We were always making decisions. And you know, when you decided something and there was no back and forth about it, you weren't double-minded, but you just knew whether you decided to go to school, you decided to take a job, you decided to be in a relationship, you decided to lose weight. Like when you decided and you weren't wavering, you know it happened. Well, this law was saying it can be like that all the time. It don't have to be no hit or miss. It could be a constant flow of getting the things that you want. Yep. Yep. I want you to understand that God is you. God is not something on the outside. God is the love and peace in your own mind. That God is not outside of you. That the moment you start to love yourself, that's when you'll feel and see and understand the love of God. Because the love is in you, not outside of you. And I know we go through some things that seem very difficult, traumatic, and hard to understand. But when we can accept that life is eternal, that life is just not in the body, life just put on a body. Life put on a body. The life was in the body. The body was not the life. The life was in the body. And just because the body went back to the soil or went back to the stardust, went back, became the elements once again, the life continues. Life is forever. Oh, okay, Rain. Okay. Yep, love of self. You gotta love yourself. You gotta be easy with yourself, extend grace to yourself, be merciful to yourself, be compassionate with yourself. It's okay if you thought the world was one way, and now you come to realize it's not what you thought it was. That the world that you were told doesn't exist. Everything that you were told about the world is the opposite. I don't care what you were told about the world, think the opposite. Everything that you told about the world, that shook me up when I came to this, and I was like, damn, everything, it was just all propaganda. It was all stories. It was just all a narrative. Like the way I thought the world operate is not how the world operates. The world does not deal in morality, but that's what we were fed a big old spoon of morality. And that's not what the world is based on. The world is based on belief. Yes, you are the church. You are the temple. But I get it. It can be difficult when a loved one passes and you were praying and you were crying out and you wanted the life to continue in the body. And we've all experienced, like my mom passed in 2007. She transitioned in 2017. And she would be considered to not be like an elderly woman. She's in her early 60s. She was 62. But when my mother transitioned, I had been left the church. I had been let go of Christianity. So I didn't see death the same way, because even though I hadn't fully awakened at that time, I knew that we were energy. I had that revelation. I'm like, wait a minute. Science, that revelation just came to me. I was like, well, science tells us that energy is never created nor destroyed. It's only transformed. And we're energy. So that means that we're forever. We're eternal. So I had that revelation. So that was like the seed of the planting that was happening. And then I discovered Abraham Hicks, Neville Goddard, and that's when the unfoldment started to happen, and awakening, the remembering started to take place, right? But I had that epiphany, like, oh yeah, they did tell us that. That's the truth. That we're energetic beings, and we all realize that energy is not something you create or that something can be destroyed. It's only transformed. That's what we say about God. Was never created, has no beginning, has no ending, is eternal, is infinite. But you can describe energy the same way. So that's when atheists talk about it not being God, they're basically saying there's no such thing as energy, because energy and God are synonymous. That's when the atheists talk about energy, or scientists talk about energy, they're talking about the same thing. Well, Byron, I can't speak to your because you have a different relationship with God than I do. Your concept with God is different from me. So how I perceive God and how you perceive God is two different things. You seem to view God from a religious aspect. I don't view God from a religious aspect. No, I do not think that bad people are, I don't think that atheists are bad people. No. I don't think, well, I know that just because you don't believe in a deity outside of you makes you bad in and of itself. No more than being of a religious mindset makes you good. Because you're a Christian doesn't automatically make you quote unquote good. No more than being an atheist makes you automatically quote unquote bad. There is nothing good or bad, only thinking makes it so. Everything is God, which means everything is energy. I don't see God as a man in the sky looking down on his creation, trying to decide who he's going to bless and who he's not going to bless. I know God is energy. It is spirit. It is the breath. It is the source. It is the cause. It is a consciousness that powers this third dimensional world, this third dimensional reality. God is your mind. And the things happen in our world based on our mind. And we all know that death to the body is inevitable. We know that's a part of the circle of life. That life is cyclical. That we come in and we leave. 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 Say, who answers prayers, who protects? I do. I do. I don't worry about bad things happening to me. I don't live in a world of negativity. I don't watch the news. My FYP, on none of my platforms do I get news about what's happening in the world. My FYP is all based on this like my platform. I see other platforms that are similar to it. I see videos that talk about abundance, health, transformation of the mind, living the abundant life. That's where my focus is. I don't have a life where I'm begging and pleading for something outside of me to do something for me. I let that mindset go. Yes, Rain, I have. Yep. Oh, that. So Your Faith is Your Fortune. That's probably one of Neville Goddard's longest books, because he's like breaking down Christianity, and he's giving you all of the esoteric meaning of Easter, Christmas, the crucifixion, the resurrection, the I am, the 12 disciples, which is the 12 disciplines of mind. Yes, one of my favorite books. If you want to understand Christianity from an esoteric perspective, get Neville Goddard's book, Your Faith is Your Fortune. He's going to break down, if you want to understand what Christmas means esoterically, he shows you that the Christmas mythology is based on what happens in the sky when it comes to the astrological transitions, and how the sun appears to stand still in the month of December, from December 21st or 22nd to December 24th, or the morning of December 25th. That's when Christianity says that Jesus was in the earth for 3 days and then rose again, where it's talking about when the sun goes down and it appears to be in the earth, and it appears to stand still and have no movement for 3 days, and then it rises again. It's showing you that everything is, so that Bible is not only psychological, it's also astrological, it's also astronomy or cosmology. It's also numerology, right? It's also neurology. It's about the body and the mind, right? But it's letting you know that the body is a projection of the mind, is a result of your thinking. Yep, understand. Yep. It helps you understand all of that. I am that I am. Yep. Yep. Reminding you that the 12 disciples are the 12 characteristics of your mind that you need to discipline. You need to discipline faith. You need to discipline love. You need to discipline judgment, courage, detachment, which Judas represents. Judas represents detachment and letting go of the belief in loss. Letting go that in the belief in loss. There is nothing lost in all of my holy mountain, says the script. Yep, your faith is your fortune. Nope, you can ask right here in the chat, because I don't know what you're coming to ask. So pose your question in the chat, and then I'll decide if you can come up. Because that's a very interesting name. So, Oh. Well, I'm doing what I would be doing if people weren't aware of this. I'm on TikTok sharing it. And those that are interested will come in and have a conversation, will come in and listen to what I'm saying. And if they agree with it or they want to know more about it, they'll stay and listen. If it doesn't suit their fancy, then they'll keep going. Oh, I'm not here to help anyone see anything. I'm not here to convince anyone of anything. This platform is only for those who are ready to receive what I'm saying. I'm not a Christian. I'm not religious. I'm not here to convince or convert or make anyone see anything. This is only for those that have ears to hear and eyes to see. Hey, Giselle. That's it. Yep. It's a decision. It's something within them has awakened, and they're ready to receive this perspective. Oh, go ahead, Rain. This is not a religion. Okay. Well, if it's a waste of your time, you know what you can do. Go find yourself doing something that you don't want to waste anymore. Go do something else with your time. If you see that this does not benefit you in any kind of way, why stay? Oh, you're talking about religion. Okay, got you. Well, yeah, I get it, because I used to be religious. I used to be a Christian. So, it seems to have answers, but it really doesn't. And eventually people wake up to that understanding that religion, here's the thing. Some people find benefit from it, and I can't condemn or judge people for that, right? People, like I did, I ran a church out of hopelessness and condemnation and guilt and shame. And all religion did was, add flame to the fire. They increased the guilt, the shame, the remorse, the condemnation. I finally freed myself from that mindset. And eventually all will come to know. Eventually people will awaken to the truth, But some people don't want to know the truth. Some people can't handle the truth quite yet. Some people, like being ignorant, right? They like, that they're not totally responsible for their life, right? Because religion creates a scapegoat. Religion says either God is doing it or the devil, right? And so you're always left hanging in the balance, trying to decide, is God ever going to see me as worthy? Oh, I hope the devil don't come tearing up what God got in store for me. I hope the devil don't come and try to take me out. It's always these mental gymnastics that you have to do. No, I bring people up. I do bring people up. That's why I have the panel. I just want to see what you were talking about before I brought you up. I don't have a problem. Hello, Earth God.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Having a rough day.
Why are you having a rough day?
Because I can't figure out why people refuse to You're speaking good words here, but
you kind of paused there. All I heard was, I don't understand why people. Then you cut off.
People refuse to listen. Like you're speaking truth, but people don't care. Nobody listens.
Oh, well, that's only because they're not ready to. The programming is really deep.
So why do you do it? Why do you do it? For
because
your own benefit?
Because there are a lot of people in here that are listening. How long have you been in the room?
Sure. I've been on TikTok a long time, and
no, I'm talking about in this room, in my room. How long have you been in my room?
Not very long. I just heard you speaking truth, and I can tell because it rings true, because it is truth. So it shines through all the BS. But this happens a lot in a lot of lives, and I don't think anybody ever really changes. Unless they want to, like you said.
Well, a lot of people have changed. A lot of people have. I've been going live for over a year. I started going live last August. Mm-hmm. And a lot of people come on my live, and some people I didn't even know were listening. They would come up and say, I've been listening to you for like 2 or 3 months, and I took what you were saying and I applied it to my life, and I've gotten success. I've had things transform.
Mm-hmm. I'm happy for you. That's beautiful to hear. That's some good news, because I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I've been on here for years, and it seems to be the same thing over and over and over.
Well, I'm glad you found my live, came to our community, because we are about true transformation. Okay. It truly is about changing the way you think. I know that it's your thoughts that are creative. And if you change the way you think, you'll experience something different in your world. But you have to decide to choose it. It all starts with a decision. Things don't change with time. Things change with decision.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So is there a way to so you can't really make people decide to change. They have to be ready. And you just speak and hope that they're understanding.
Well, here's the thing. It's a catch-22, because you actually can decide to see people differently, and you'll be amazed that they'll show up differently. I'm talking about in your personal experience, right? So I'll give you an example. My husband's ex-wife, we used to have difficulties with her because they are co-parenting their daughter. And that was a very trying time in the beginning, until I understood the powers of thought, the powers of the mind. Once we started thinking differently of her, she showed up differently. So it's like the difficulty that they had doesn't even exist anymore.
Can you give me an example of how you thought, like how you first thought, and then how you how much did you change how you thought about her to see a change in her?
Okay,
was it a
so
little
when we
bit?
first,
Was it
right, so
months?
when,
Was it years?
so it didn't know, it only took so time, oh my goodness, I would say maybe a couple of months, but time was not of the essence to me. It was about changing my focus on how long it would take. So it was years of this I met my husband when their daughter was 3, and this transformation happened when she was about 8 or 9, but that's when we came into understanding the law of assumption, which is understanding that the Bible is metaphysical and not as the religion tells you that it's a historical book.
Yeah.
So prior to us discovering or remembering who we are, it was back and forth to the courts. It was police involved. It was she had filed a restraining order against me. It was like crazy.
A lot of misunderstanding.
Yeah, so yeah. And so in order for that situation to be changed, I recognized I had to take full ownership that I created that whole situation. I had to take full ownership of that. I had to say that my thoughts created this reality, and since my thoughts created it, I can change it. So what did I start doing? Every time I thought of her, oh, she's the best mom ever. She loves her daughter just as much as my husband do, just as much as I do. Well, of course, more than I do, because she's her mom, right? So it's like she owned a business. I was like, her business is flourishing, because if I had a business, I would want it to flourish. So I'm going to give her the very thought that I would give to myself. So everything I wanted to be thought of me, I thought of her. And it happened every time I thought of her, whenever it came. So if I was thinking of her while I was taking a shower, if things came into my mind about what happened in the past, I would change it and be like, nope, she's this type of person, she's that type of person. And I told my husband, start, wishing her happy Mother's Day, wish her happy birthday, right? And whatever he did on his end, I know he said he changed his ringtone, because the ringtone that he had for her used to make him feel a certain kind of way, would bring up old feelings. So he had to change that.
It was the Darth Vader theme song.
That I don't know. I don't remember. But then lo and behold, their daughter was taking dance classes, and they happened to be both there one night. And she came to him. She had just had a loss in her family, and I think they were arguing something over money or whatever. And so she was saying that she didn't want that for their daughter, if something was to happen to them. So she said, what you think about us letting go of the lawyers? And then he was like, because of course he's like taken aback, because that has not been their relationship, because the relationship was so tumultuous, is that they could only communicate via a court appointed app. That was the only way they could communicate.
Jeez. Okay.
Yeah. So once she came and brought that, and she was like, she also told me that she would make him the beneficiary or the executor of her estate, or whatever, her finances, if something was to happen to her. If she really did it, we don't know, but that's what she said, right? And so ever since that day, it's like a 180. They can talk on the phone now. There's no arguing about how much time he gets with his daughter. He actually gets way more time than he ever got. And now she's 15. And this was when she was 8.
The idea of working together for the benefit of the daughter changed her mind.
It was him thinking of her differently.
Yeah.
Just thinking of his ex-wife differently. Seeing her from a different perspective. To stop judging her, to stop condemning her, to stop blaming her, to take full accountability that it was his thoughts, it was how he was thinking, that's why he was experiencing it. The moment he decided to think differently about her, he started having different experiences with her. That's how it works.
Yeah. Do you think you helped facilitate his change of mind, or was that her impetus to work together and then it started changing?
Well, I believe that both of us having this different perspective of her is what brought about the change.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But there was no conversation with her though, right? It wasn't like, oh, we need to come together, we need to be kumbaya. No, we did all this inwardly. We did this all in our mind. There was no, let's have a conversation, let's sit down and talk, let's see if we could have a meeting of the minds. Nope. None of that.
Interesting.
Did it all in the mind. Now, did the old state try to resurrect? Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. Did she come back and be like, oh, we're going to go to court for this, we'll go to court for that? And he would tell me, I'd be like, she ain't doing that. That's the old man. We ain't giving no energy to that. We ain't giving no energy to that. We're not resurrecting that old state. That will stay dead and gone. It's dead and gone. We living harmoniously up in here. Yep. That's what we talk about over here. And it's anything that you want when it comes to relationship, to money, to health, whatever it is. If you want, bigger home, better car, more money, understanding money, your relationship to money, right? Whatever it is, that's what we're all about, transforming the mind, because we know that it's your thinking that creates the experiences you have. If you thought differently, you would have different experiences. That seems too simple, doesn't it? But it is.
I'm kind of.
Yeah. You're like, wait a minute, but I'm telling you, that's how it worked. Like
with other people, though. Like
I'm telling you, that was with another person.
That's what I mean. You didn't say anything. You just, every time you thought about her, you added good intention and better.
Yep. I did that with an argument I had with a cousin too. So we had it was an argument I had with a cousin. It got pretty heated, and so I first tried to fix it on the outside, right? I went to my cousin, and they were married at the time. And I said to him, I was like, well, tell her, no hard feelings. He was like, well, that's just how she is. And I was like, okay, that's not going to fix it. I got to revise it. So what did I do? I actually changed what happened in my mind. So I said, well, if I don't respond to her, this argument never takes place. So every time I thought about the argument, I said, well, actually, I didn't say anything. Actually, I never said anything. So this happened in August. December, every year we have a big Christmas party. We invite the family. I was changing this situation so much in my mind that I had a dream that she came to my home. Now in the dream, it wasn't my home, but in the dream, I knew it was my home, but it wasn't my current home now. It just, dreams just kind of be a little different than what the real reality is.
Yes.
And
but the point was, it really felt like that.
Yeah. And so I was telling her, I was like, oh my goodness, I had a dream that she came, it wasn't even a Christmas party. It said that she was just at my home. Well, fast forward to the Christmas party. Guess who comes?
Mm-hmm.
She shows up, and we smiled and we hugged, and we never talked about the argument, because it was as if it had never happened, because it didn't in my reality. It never happened. And then fast forward a few months, my second oldest daughter was graduating high school, and so we did a prom send-off for her, and she came to the prom send-off, and she had these Janet Jackson tickets because they had got the concert had got delayed because of COVID. And she was like, she was supposed to go with some girlfriends, and she was like, hey, Toyia, do you want to go to see Janet Jackson? Now, in my mind, I'm thinking that I would have to pay her for the tickets. I was like, well, I've seen Janet Jackson. I'm a fan, but not a big fan. I ain't really got to see her like that. And everybody's like, what? You don't want to go? You don't want to go? She didn't ask you to pay for it. I was like, oh, it's a free concert? I'm down for it. Let's go. And we made it a big cousin trip. Other cousins came, and it became a big old girls trip. Then we threw a graduation party, because her son was graduating with my daughter, and we had another cousin's child graduating too. So it was like three children all graduating the same year from high school. And so we threw a big so it's just like it's just like it never happened. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Does that work with business as well, do you think? When
Yep.
people are making business decisions,
Yep.
and they're not doing what is clearly, obviously best for the business, even themselves, which is what blows my mind.
Yep.
They're not doing what's best for themselves.
Yep. Because the key is to say what you want, but not try to figure out how it's going to happen, right? We try to make things happen, right? So it could have been like I said, I could have tried to call her, like I called my cousin, right? But I was like, but that's not the law. The law says it has to start in my mind. And once I put it in my mind, everything else just happens.
Okay.
We weren't taught that though in the world. We're taught work outside in. If I change the outside, then the inside will change. But that's not how reality works. Actually, everything starts from within and then becomes an outer expression. Everything is first a thought, then it becomes an experience.
That is very true. And it worked for years, and then all of a sudden, business partner changed up out of nowhere.
So the thing is, did you start thinking differently about the business partner? Like
Me,
your
no, but I think possibly my family members, yes. So I don't know if it's coming from them or him or
But
somebody
here's the
else.
thing, you can revise it, right? You can revise it and say, well, actually, whatever it is you want it to be. And every time you think of it from that new state.
I
It
do
has to be
them 'cause
every
they're all
time.
like negative about
But-
it. And they're like, this happened, it's probably this, and it's all negative shit. And I'm like, no, it's this. This is probably, like, I think of a better, more reasonable, logical example of probably what's happening that's not so bad.
Yeah, but you can just
But
decide
it's
what's
not
happening.
as positive as it was, and it's not as fruitful as it was.
But
And
now you can
we're
decide
missing-
that it is, though. Now you can decide that it is as fruitful, that it's even greater. You can decide that now. And then every time you think of it, you have to keep choosing that, though. You can't go back, right? Like when I was thinking about the argument that took place, I couldn't say, well, actually, well, she said this and she said, and I said, nope. I had to say, I never said anything. Even when it would come up in my mind what was said, I had to tell myself, well, actually, I didn't say anything.
Just disregard
Actually,
the negative.
Yep.
in it.
Yep. You have to say what it is you want and then stay faithful to that. See, a lot of
What
times
about-
it doesn't come to fruition because we be double-minded with it. We'll say this and then something will happen and we'll be like, well, see, I know it. I know. No, you can't let the outer dictate the inner.
Even if other people are like, no, this did happen, and you're
It
just like,
doesn't
"No, it
matter.
didn't."
They-
And they're
what
like,
they
"But
think-
remember, it did. And look, this is the text, and look at this, and look at that, and you're like, nope.
Right. Now, see, when I was doing it, I wasn't telling people about it, right? I wasn't saying, well, I'm going to think of her differently and I'm going to, so, I just did it.
Okay.
I just did it,
Internal.
right? I just
Okay.
did it.
Thank
I
you.
just decided to do it in my mind. And whenever it came to my mind, I had to change it. I had to change the inner dialogue. And then once you change the inner dialogue and it becomes impressed upon you, you recognize you don't even you stop thinking about it. And then it just shows up. And then the world just transfigures, it shape shifts. And it matches the reality that you've created in your mind.
That's true on so many levels. I see it all the time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So you can you can resurrect the business. Just say what you want and then remain faithful to it and do nothing to make it so. You don't have to go talk to your family member and say, we need to have a board meeting, we need to have a discussion. Nope. Have the conversation in your mind.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Much appreciated.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for joining. Oh, Chrissy, no, I did not say we've always been close because we weren't really that close. I mean, we saw each other a lot of times, doing family gatherings or whatever, but we had never had any, arguments, that we had never got into it or anything like that. We never had any disagreements, And what I recognize, the main reason that thing happened is because when you're desiring to be different, the thing that's in you is going to come up, right? So if you have a tendency to argue and to be combative and you're desiring to be different, the situation that you're wanting to change is going to come up so you can transmute it. So you can change it. Because what's in you coming out of you? Because it's about the awareness of who you are. It's about being different. And so I was just like, I didn't, and it was a judgment that I made. I just didn't like what happened. So I decided to change it. Now I could have left it like it was. I could have been like, well, we don't really see each other anyway. I could care if she's mad. I don't care, whatever. I could went on about my day and went about my way. And it wouldn't have been her big thing. But that's not what I wanted. I wanted it to have never happened. So it didn't. I decided it never happened. So it didn't. That's how it goes. You just decide what you want, and then it will be so. But if faithfulness is required, you do have to persist, because the old state will try to resurrect. And this is where I talk about talking to yourself, right? You have to keep playing the new story. The old story is going to come to try to take precedence, and you have to say, nope, this is the new story. And you have to keep telling the new story. until it's impressed upon your subconscious. To now you don't even have to think about it because you know the change has happened. You know the change has happened. And you're going to get confirmation of the change. You don't have to go looking for it. You don't have to do anything to make it so. It happens. Oh, okay, no, yay. Okay, you've been saying no, actually. Yes, yes. Beautiful. Hello, Rain. How are you?
Hi, Toyia. Long time no talk.
I know, right? Welcome back.
Thank you. I hope you're doing well.
Great, thanks.
Okay, so I wanted to I have two questions for you, but the first one I wanted to ask what the dream was that you had about your cousin. Because one of the things I'm currently trying to manifest is like my own group of girlfriends or like my like own sisterhood. And I've been using like I am affirmations with the like I'm surrounded by a group of friends who we truly love each other, things like that. And I think like yesterday or 2 days ago, I had a dream where like I was with like a group of girlfriends and like we had our own like traditions, and in the dream like the energy just felt so natural. So like I wanted to know if like that's a sign of it being impressed upon, excuse me, if that's a sign of that being impressed upon the subconscious mind. And then what was the dream that you had about your cousin before the relationship changed in reality?
So you could look at it as a sign, but remember, we don't look for signs, right? The sign is the manifestation, and the manifestation is already there, right? The dream is just confirming the reality you're creating. So when it comes to the dream, I can vaguely remember. I just remember she was in my home, but like I said, I was in the kitchen, but it wasn't my current kitchen. It was the kitchen in the dream of the home, but I knew the home was mine, and I knew that she was there. We didn't have a conversation in the dream or anything. Her just presence was there. Right. And I just knew that I dreamed about her. But I didn't look at it like, oh, that means she's coming to my house, or oh, that means she's coming to I stopped once I told people about it, I stopped thinking about it. Like the argument never came to my mind, how we were going to be, that I completely forgot all about it. And then the Christmas party happened and she came. So I wasn't like, oh, this is a sign, like, because I don't believe in that whole sign thing. To me, you're looking for a sign because you don't have faith. Because if you have faith, you don't need a sign because you know.
Okay, thank you for that. And then the next question that I had was if you want to, because I know that you always used to talk about how you don't work like a traditional 9 to 5. So if somebody were to also want to manifest that, like not being confined to a traditional 9 to 5, but still being like living in financial freedom, what are some affirmations that you would use to see that in your reality?
I would preface it with I love. So I don't know if you were on here before I went to on my vacation. I went on vacation last Sunday, but that Saturday before, it was a gentleman that came in. His name was Alan, and he was saying to use the terminology I love, and I recognized when I started saying I love, a negative thought would never appear. Sometimes when we say I am, we're struggling to think of something positive. But when we say I love, the thing wanted just rolls off the tongue. It just comes into the mind. When you say, oh, I love being a stay-at-home mom or stay-at-home wife, or I love that I work, that, I'm always cared for, I'm always supported, that everything I need is always present, I'm experiencing financial overflow. I love that I'm experiencing financial overflow. I love that every obligation, every bill is taken care of. I love that I have more money to do than I ever imagined. I love that I have more money to do with whatever I want to do. Right? There's no I love whatever it is you're desiring, say I love it. Come from the place of loving it. Yep, it was so easier, wasn't it? When you say I love, it's like I love. And even if a negative thing wants to come up, it's like it can't even come out. Because like you heard me kind of stumbling over it because the negative one, but it couldn't even come out. The negative, the unwanted couldn't even manifest out of my mouth. It's not going to come up. You say, I love all, I forgive all.
I have kind of a weird question about that.
Go ahead.
What if people love, like, what if somebody's like, I love fighting, and other people see fighting as negative, but they love it?
Well, you have boxers, right? You have
Yeah.
what is they call that? Ultimate fighting with
Yeah, UFC.
UFC, right. So some people make careers out of it. Here's the thing: it's not about what other people think.
Knocking people out.
Right. It's not about what other people think. It's about what you think.
True.
That's all that matters. You know, people are making a career out of it. So, you know, when you operate in love, you're not looking to do harm, right? Like they're not going out there picking fights with people, right? They're making it a career. Now, if you look like some people, that as you said on TikTok, people love to debate, right? So you're gonna, and I love to debate too. And at one point, my life has shifted to that, but then I was like, oh no, I don't like that. So I had to shift the live again because I'm like, what?
I feel like they love to debate in circles.
Yeah, yeah. I was
just
getting
like a repeating circle over and over. I'm like, how? I don't know.
But it makes for great conversation. It makes it interesting. It can be fun, right?
Yeah.
But I was like, I'm more about transformation. I'm not trying to get you to do a thing or see it my way. So what's the point?
Right.
These conversations are only beneficial if people are open to it.
Yeah, and it depends on how pragmatic the person is. Some people they'll never argue. Like as soon as they hear it, they leave because it's not worth it. Like, but other people like to just go back and forth and not see any results for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, and hey, they love it. So who am I to judge it? That's your
right.
life. It's none of my business.
Right.
Because I mean, I used to have a panel where I would bring people up that were still of the religious mindset, specifically Christianity, because I used to be a Christian. And my thing was, well, let me show you in your script that you actually don't believe what it says.
Yeah.
You're right. So that, you know, that was fun for a couple of months. That was fun for a couple of months. And I was like, that's not the direction I want my life to go, because I don't need to judge what somebody else is doing. That's none of my business. Because I used to be a Christian, so I understand the mindset. I understand that you're in search for answers, and you think this has the answer, and it takes a while before you realize, really, the answer is within me. The answer is just me making a decision, and I don't need to look for anything outside of me. That once I make a decision, the world, the universe, whatever you want to call it, the electromagnetic field, however you want to state it, it will bend its will to you.
Sounds like that Jesus guy knew what he was talking about.
Right. That's what he was telling you. And the thing is, just test it. Like, don't take anyone's else. And that's the difference between what we're saying and what religion says, because religion wants blind faith. It was just believe me. But we're no. Don't just believe what I say. Prove what I'm saying. Test it for yourself. Use your mind to create the reality that you want and see if it happens. That's all.
From within.
From within.
Mm-hmm.
Say it in your mind. See it in your mind's eye, whether you visualize, whether you're having a conversation, however you do it, you know, and then let it be. Don't try to figure out how it's going to happen. And that's what a lot of people, because that's where stress and anxiety and depression comes from, when you try to make it happen. Because now you're saying I have to sacrifice. Now you're saying I have to do. Because here's the thing.
What if people keep asking you how it's going to happen? Like they're like, I don't think it's going to happen. How is it going to happen? You just
it's
say,
already done.
It's already happening, and they're going to be like, "Where's the proof?"
You'll see it.
See it.
Yep. Because yes, the world doesn't operate by faith, right? The world only
Also-
operates from 5 senses. The world don't know nothing about faith. They talk about faith. I would even have Christians come up here and say, prove it, prove it. Wait a minute, I thought you believed in faith. Do you know faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of not being able to see it? Like, what you mean prove it? Because that's what faith is believing in something you cannot see. You don't need faith for things you can obviously see that are obviously proven, right?
Right.
If I'm saying I'm wearing a red shirt and I'm telling you to believe me, that's unnecessary. I could just show you I'm wearing a red shirt.
Yeah. You don't have to have faith about that.
Exactly. But if you're saying that you're wealthy and your bank account is reading zero, negative zero, and you're saying I'm wealthy, and they're like, I'm looking at your life, I don't see wealth. Well, then that's where faith has to kick in. That I walk by faith and not by sight. Right now, it may appear that I'm lacking in money, but what I'm telling you is that I'm wealthy beyond measure. I'm wealthy beyond measure.
Do you think the amount of people that think about you and your situation affect your faith? Like, do you have to have more faith than all the naysayers put together?
Only if you seek validation.
Well,
Then it
like,
affects you.
that's
Then it affects you, right? It shouldn't.
validation from them.
Right,
Okay.
right. Because the only thoughts that matter are your own. Your thoughts are the only ones that matter. You're the only thinker in your reality. So you're the only creator. So this is what I know. You don't see people, you see your thoughts about them. How do I know this? And how can I prove this to you? Take a relative in your family. You have a relationship with them and somebody else has a completely different relationship with them, right? The relationship that they have on their job, with their spouse, with their friends is going to be totally different from the relationship you have with them. Why? Because your relationship with them is based on your assumptions about it, what you assume to be true. That's why you can change in a relationship, because you can have a different assumption anytime. At any time, you get to change the way you think about a person. At any time. You're calling them and say, oh, they're so disruptive. They're hard to talk to. They're so negative. They're always, you can decide, well, actually, man, last time it was such an amazing conversation. They're so supportive. I love that that they're so positive. I love that they're thriving. I love that whatever it is that you're desiring for them, whatever lovely thing you can think of that. And then watch it materialize. Don't look for it, just know it. People get off the course when they try to do a look-see. Let me look and see. Well, trying to look and see is telling your consciousness, your awareness that it's not there. Because you don't need to look and see if it's apparent. The only reason why you need to look and see because you don't believe that it's there. It's like having keys in your hand and saying, where are the keys? Where are the keys? And they're right there in your hand. You're not going to ask where the keys are if you're holding them. Or if you're looking for keys that you know that you left right on the nightstand and you're in a panic and you're in frantic because you're running late and now you can't see the keys. Oh my goodness, I know I put the keys here. I know I put the keys there. Oh, where are they? Where are they? They're still on the nightstand, but because you have convinced yourself that it's not there, you won't see it.
Right, you look right past it.
Yep. And then you leave the room, you kind of settle your mind down. You're like, okay, I know.
They were there the whole time.
The whole time.
What was I thinking? Yeah.
That's how it is with your desires. It's there already. The only reason why you don't see it because you think that you're separate from it.
That's a great example. Or you settle down and then all of a sudden,
Yep, it all
it
shows
comes to
up.
mind where they were, and then you just randomly go to a spot and they're like, there they are, and you're like, what?
Yep,
You
yep.
didn't even know they were there, but something told you to just randomly move to that area.
Mm-hmm.
So we're blocking it.
Yep. And that's how it is with the desire. We be blocking it. We block our desires. because of lack of faith. So if we could just trust that everything always works out. Now, not how it's going to work out, but that it always works out. See, the reasoning mind, the logical mind wants to know. It wants to be in the know. How is that going to happen? How is that? The things that happen in your reality, unless you had a vision or a dream about it taking place that way, a lot of times you had no idea that this is going to be the bridge that was going to lead you to the manifestation. You happen to get a phone call, your name was happened to be in a room, you went to a grocery store, you were at the gas station, you got an email, like things, or you just had an inclination to call someone up because they were on your mind, or they were on your mind and they called you up. And things just start to take place. And a lot of times when they say hindsight is 20/20, that's how it is in manifestations. It's not till after it has developed or unfolded, then you look back and say, oh, now I see. That's why I met so-and-so. That's why I checked that email. That's why I decided to go here. I took this route home and I never go this route. Or I went to this store and I never would go into this store, or, whatever it is. Or, I was supposed to be on this flight and I ended up on this flight, or I was supposed to, whatever it was. Yep. How and when needs to become here and now. Here and now. No how and when, here and now. It's only here and now. There's no how and when. Yep. No, yeah. People watch other people's lifestyle and think they have to mirror it to get to the goal. Yep. This is what it is about the law. It's not a one-trick pony. Just because you took 20 steps to realize your desire doesn't mean somebody has to do the exact same 20 steps to get theirs. Now, you can do some things that right? I always think of like Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan, right? Kobe Bryant, mirrored Michael Jordan, right?
Yes, you have to, in some cases, like physically fake it till you make it. Like you go to the gym and you see somebody you want to look like, so you like fake, kind of, not fake it, but like you imagine that you look like that, you mirror them for a long time, and eventually people are like, oh, you're just like that person, and you kind of don't realize you got there.
Yeah.
But you were mirroring it for a bit.
Yeah.
But mirroring it with faith that you would get there.
Yep. Because he already had the skill set, right? Kobe already had the skill set, right?
Yeah. But he wasn't like wishing, like, oh, I'm not going to get there. I wish I could. He just was using it as a example to mirror a bit.
Yep.
Or have faith that it is possible.
Yep. Inspiration. Yep. Because the thing is that this is the thing what's so special and great about Kobe and Michael. Michael saw it as flattering that this young man wanted to be like him, right? And they became friends. Michael didn't see Kobe as a competition. He loved his competitive nature. He loved that someone wanted to know the game through his eyes. Some people get intimidated when someone wants to mimic them. But Michael Jordan saw it as a compliment.
I think it depends on how they mimic you, right? Because some people try to mimic you and be like, oh, I'm already better than, like they do.
Oh, yeah.
Instead of like, they actually are like looking up to you, like, please, like.
Like a mentor. So he was mentoring Kobe, right? He looked at Michael as his mentor, right? So he has his phone number. He could call him and, and everything like that.
There's respect there.
Yeah. So everything, here's the thing though, with even that. In consciousness, there's no wrong or right. There's no morality in consciousness. I mean, you can look at the world and see, even though they talk morality, you can see that it's not about morality. It's not about something good or bad or wrong or right. It's about what do you want?
It's relative.
Yep, so relative.
Yeah.
So relative. It's so relative. And you just have to decide what you want. right? And it cannot be about what other people are doing. You really have to be tunnel vision. You really do have to just look at your life and let your life be the example and know that you're going to draw people to you based on how you live your life.
And tunnel hearted.
Yeah.
There may be some other tunnels we won't talk about.
Let your heart be open. Your heart, you know, you got to let the fear go. You know, that's the last thing that has to be swallowed up is that fear of dying. You got to let that, because it is required for you to experience a spiritual death in order to experience the thing you want to have in this reality, right? So you have to die to old mindsets. You have to die to, well, this is how it's always been, so this is how it must be. You have to know, just because it's always been that way, it can change. And it changes in an instant. The moment you decide. The moment you decide, it's changed. The only reason why it may not appear that way, because you're going by circumstances. You want the world to confirm the change. You don't look to the world of circumstance to validate the change. The change happens within, and then it becomes an outside manifestation. So as long as you know that your mind has changed, that's all you need. That's all the sign that you need, is that your mind is different. And that's what a lot of people get tricked. They're like, well, I've been thinking it, I've been saying it, I've been doing the affirmations, I've been doing exactly what you told me to do. I started changing my mind, but they're still acting the same way.
But they're changing just their mind, not their heart, right? That's the thing.
Well,
like if you say, I wish I had something, that's still coming from a place of lack.
Right.
You don't have it.
Right. What I'm saying, the moment you make the decision, the challenge for people is that the moment they make the decision, they're looking on the outside for confirmation. And I'm sorry, never look on the outside for confirmation. The confirmation comes from within.
Right, because if you look for something that's not there, those keys.
Yep. You're not
they're supposed to be here.
Exactly.
Back to the old habits. Yeah.
Exactly. Because the appearance is just like when you cut a chicken, chicken with its head cut off. It sometimes appears to have life, right? But it's dead because the head has been cut off. It no longer has life, but the body may still be juggling.
Still running around.
Right, yeah, but it's right. That's how it is with your new state of consciousness. You've changed your mind, but the outside still looks like the old. And you have to know, no, I already changed the way I think. That's a chicken running around with its head cut off. That thing has no life anymore because I removed my attention from it. I changed my mind.
We'll have to be surrounded by chickens. Get all these headless chickens in there.
Right.
Prosperous told me though, so it's good.
Oh, right? You kill a snake by what?
Chopping the head.
Chopping the head. But that's why a snake is used as the ancient, it's the symbol of wisdom, right? Because a snake dies but doesn't die, right? It sheds its skin, right? When it sheds, it's right until we're not taking off the head, but just the snake itself, right? It's always shedding itself, right? It's always dying to the outer and becomes the new, right? That's how it is with us. We're supposed that's what wisdom is. You die without dying. You die so you can live again. Live to what? Your new state. You die to the old so you can live to the new. Yep. The transformation of that mind. That's where it starts. That's all the Bible is telling you. That the world is mental. The world is mind. That the playing field of this third dimensional plane is the mind. Once you get it in mind, you get it in your hand. You get to experience it in your world. But you got to get it in your mind first. And so we have Mia,
Hey, Miss Toya.
how are you?
Good. Thank you for bringing me up today.
Of course. Welcome. Yeah, we've been
Welcome.
having some great conversations, girl.
Yes, y'all
Some
have.
great
I've been listening.
conversations.
I'm working here and doing stuff, but I've just been sitting in the background, just listening and enjoying the last couple of days. But I wanted to share something with you. I was talking with my sister because we were kind of talking about manifestation and how it works and how sometimes it kind of just works on accident just because it's just built on knowing. And we were talking about fertility and like infertility, right? And you know how infertility has kind of become a thing in society, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we were talking about how fertility is such a controlled thing nowadays. Like people plan their pregnancies super hardcore now.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of us we go to school or do whatever, and then we say, okay, I'm gonna go to school, and then I'm gonna wait till this time, and then I'm gonna plan this. Or we download these apps and we buy these things and we do these things to make it happen. And back in the day, you just did it. And you didn't think about it. You had the belief in the want, right? You had the desire you wanted. You might have wanted a baby.
Mm-hmm.
So it was there, the desire, the want, you wanted it, and it happened. You left it there. You wasn't really worried about the how. So it happened more easily.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times when you think about it, when people, you ever heard people that were trying to get pregnant for years, and it's like, when I stopped thinking about it and I stopped caring, it just happened.
Yep.
So it's kind of like how it works. Yeah, when you let it go and you stop worrying about the how and if it would happen and oh my God, what's going to happen? And it kind of happens, of course, because, of course, I've never had it, but I have people close to me that have suffered from miscarriages. Miscarriages, even having miscarriages, can make you obsessive about the how and the what ifs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or if someone in your life has suffered from miscarriages, observing someone go through that can make you more worried about the how when you're trying.
Yes.
Or just knowing people and just hearing about infertility and the priming that society puts on you. Oh, it's so hard. So you have women sometimes could be at a healthy age downloading fertility apps. Like, you don't need that. Stop worrying about the how, you're young and healthy,
Mm-hmm.
And, so you just kind of think about like, is infertility really an issue or is it a mind issue?
All is mind.
I think that's a societal issue at that point, right? Because you're right. So many women will say all the worst case scenarios about that. And it's true. It's good to know, but I guess not until you're there, right?
Yeah.
Why worry about something that's not happening to you?
Exactly. And you're just kind of manifesting the worst outcome.
Yeah.
You're already worried about what you don't want to happen. And of course, we know that there's medical variables and there's real life variables that do affect this. But if you focus on that's just like saying, oh, well, I'm this age, so I guess I'm high risk for cancer.
And then you go to a quote unquote professional and they make it even worse because you look to them as authority and they're like, you're going to have to do this, but they just want to make money off you.
Yep. And a lot of times doctors will just tell you how sick you are and how you're on the trail of death.
Yep.
My dad was really sick last year in not this year, but last year. My dad was so sick and me and my sister were out here playing house because the medical system is literal trash these days. So we're out here trying to make them help my dad because they're like, oh, we don't know. And at one point his PCP said, you're just going to have to admit him into a place where he can just starve to death and die because he couldn't eat.
Great, thanks.
And I was like, well, maybe he's depressed, you think? And, I have a psych major, but I'm no PH. I'm no MD.
Right.
But I have enough common sense to know, and I've worked with psychiatrists hand in hand to know that depression can sometimes affect your will to eat. And maybe if he's depressed, if we give him an antidepressant, a lot of antidepressants stimulate your appetite. Because I was ready to give my daddy an edible at one point.
Okay.
And the doctor was like, that's a good idea. So then they prescribed him a antidepressant, and then they prescribed one that causes loss of appetite. So then I have to call them and say, hey, doc, you think this was a good one? And they're like, you're right. Let's try another one.
According to my studies, blah, blah, blah.
So they got on WebMD and looked up something else. and it helped my dad, and he lived. But guess what?
Good.
We had to do it, because if I would have listened to them,
Mm-hmm.
so you just really, it's really all in your mind. And of course, we know medical things work, but you really have to be steadfast in your mind and know how powerful and strong you are, and not get caught up in what the world says you are.
Absolutely.
So that's really,
Oh,
all I
that was
really wanted to
beautiful.
say.
Yeah, that you took it into your own hands. You doesn't accept their diagnosis or their prognosis,
And
right?
my dad is doing great. He's driving again.
Oh,
He's
that's beautiful.
doing wonderful.
Yes.
Yes.
Those edibles are working good.
Give them something to laugh about.
Look,
Laughter is the best medicine.
look, let me tell you, my daddy, and I get my sense of humor from him.
I confess. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Yeah, you don't have to accept it. This is another example of you don't have to accept any outcome. You can change it. You don't have to accept it because they said this is what they're deciding to do. You get to accept or reject it. You get to challenge. A lot of like you were saying, when it comes to the medical field or the medical profession, we just, because they're deemed as the authority, we don't even question what they say. A lot of people be on like 10, 15 different medications because this one is for that one, and this is the opposite this one, and this one caused this, and we need to give you this for that one, and this one, it's just like,
Absolutely.
like what? How you got 20 damn pills?
And I had to ask my dad's doctor one time. I said, "Can we get like a polypharmacy set up to look at his medication?" They're like, "Polypharmacy? What's that?" I'm like, usually for the elderly, they take a lot of medications, and that's where all of the doctor and the pharmacist look at his medications to see how they interact.
It's pretty scary when you have to tell your doctor to Google it.
Okay.
You always think they're doing medical charts on the computer, but really they're just Googling stuff.
I'm convinced that when your doctor's taking a long time to come in the room to talk to you, they're over there on WebMD and Google. That's what they're doing.
They're probably using ChatGPT now.
Yep. And they're saying, what's the best medications to give a patient with strep throat?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
ChatGPT is really great, actually.
It is.
I mean,
I love it.
is.
I do. I love it.
I love it for asking questions and stuff. And
Yes.
especially for medical stuff. I was surprised at how good it is. Like, traditionally I'm a chemist, like a chemical engineer, and so like I know a lot about pharmacology and stuff.
Okay.
And the way that it describes it to doctors, it makes them fully understand it.
Oh,
So
wow.
they get it a lot quicker, because it says it in their language.
Okay. Wow. Yeah. It's the wave of the future. There's no need of being afraid of it because it's here now. You might as well just, make the best of it. Embrace it or not.
It's just another tool. It's like, I remember when Google came out and everyone's like, "Oh, you're gonna not remember how to look in an encyclopedia and go to a library." Like, that was a bad thing.
I know, right? Like,
You mean I'm not gonna have to take 4 hours to find one fact?
Right.
I'm no kidding. When I was in college, I was in junior college. I checked out a book for a class and never went back to the library ever again. I don't know how much money I owe that library.
Yeah.
It's still open in my old town too. George Memorial Library. I checked that book out in like 2003.
Wow. I'm sure they replaced it, wrote it off, whatever. That's funny.
Oh well. Charge it to the game.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, it is interesting how they're going to insert or use ChatGPT when it comes to like, post-secondary education or even high school, right? With all of the papers you have to. I wonder if they have a way to cross-reference to see if you're using those tools, those AI tools, to like write your papers.
I don't even offer a paper in my courses anymore because I don't feel like the cheating.
Also, it's so that's what people do. They just had ChatGPT. So do you have a way of knowing that it's ChatGPT?
I'm sure they have systems. The schools, the colleges that I work for, they're trying to build systems to override it, and it's so hard to override those systems. And I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, because you can get ChatGPT to talk like you.
Look, I ain't gonna lie, I done cracked the code. You know those quizzes that you have to take? I don't know, Toyia doesn't know because she's a housewife. She doesn't work. But for those people that work out there, those quizzes you have to take for your job, those refresher quizzes or any quiz, you can literally go on Google and just ask any question from a test and literally it's gonna be there with the answer.
So you're a teacher?
Yeah, I teach college. I'm an adjunct professor.
For what subject?
Psychology.
Oh, okay. So what if you have them write like a general paper about a topic and then you have the test have specific questions like that they'd have to remember from that whole subject?
Yeah, that's what I would do if I really wanted to be very, very specific to them. And children can't write anymore. I teach college students, and in their discussion answers, they write words like probably, and their eyes aren't capitalized. So, you know, I leave it to their English 101 teachers to deal with them.
Sure.
It's too much. So
I mean, for psych, like you could have, like, what's a major topic that you teach about?
Well, I teach general psych, so I teach across topics from biology and behavior. I teach about stress and health. I teach about psychological disorders. So I hit on all major topics in psychology.
Okay, so like instead of having them go home and cheat on the homework, you could say write about general behavior in this topic, and then they'll use ChatGPT to write a big paper. And then when they come to class, you write a test and say, like, write 5 different paragraphs about what you learned about this behavior, about the paper that you wrote. So they have to regurgitate it without cheating, like without using ChatGPT.
That would be the best way to do it. And for me, the thing that I'm glad about that I do with my students to make sure that that they have true competency and understand the content is we do like activities to where they perform tasks. Like when I teach about the chapter on learning or behavior modification, I make them actually perform those tasks and like do a task analysis, do training, classical conditioning, and kind of break those things down to where they perform those tasks to where I can ensure that they really understand it. So yeah.
Love that.
Cool. Oh, yeah. That's what's up. That's what's up. But don't be too hard on this generation. This generation is moving away from that scholastic type mindset. Anyway.
They actually are. They're very
academia is not high on the and the thing is that you know that our academic institutions is indoctrination. It's not there to help you know self. It's there to tell you how to think.
Exactly.
It's not about free thinking.
Started. It used to be just like make typewriters, human typewriters that can just copy information back and forth, not really know anything.
Yeah.
Once you have a spiritual awakening, it's almost sad to watch in elementary school. So for me, I'm past my spiritual awakening, right? So I work in the school system. So it's very sad to watch how children are treated and transformed and domesticated in schools now that I see it differently. Mm-hmm. So you see how children's spirits are stripped of them, right? If they're too loud and boisterous, be quiet, level 1, level 0, level right? If they talk too much, they're punished, so their light is kind of taken because some kids are more extroverted than others. Mm-hmm. They go to lunch and you have to be quiet at lunch. You can't talk at lunch.
Ain't that crazy?
You get level 0 at lunch. You have to speed eat. They tell you what order to eat your food. God forbid you eat your dessert first. Don't eat that first. You need to eat that first. Why don't you eat your vegetables? You need to eat that first. You need to eat a fruit and a dish. It's just they practice how to walk in line. They have to sit in lines at recess, and it's just so
not at recess.
The worst time for a human being to be quiet and sit is that time.
Yeah,
that's like the opposite of when you should.
So me working with I'll work with like kindergartners and 3 and 4 and 5-year-olds, and they're just so loving and happy and joyful. Man, by the time they get about 3rd, 4th grade, they little zombies, they little spirit gone. That little joyful kid looking at you and barely just got a light. They just like, man, y'all adults annoying.
And they're right.
So And I just see it and I just feel so bad because it's
You're like,
like,
I know, I'm
ugh.
sorry. This is how I was taught.
And then I go to work and it's just like, you got somebody telling you, you got 30 minutes for your lunch. You got to be here, You got to do this. And it's just like all over again.
That's what it's training you to be a worker bee, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And that's why I litter on the tollway. I
It
break
used
rules.
to be valuable back when it was like factories and big firms of people that had to copy taxes over and repeat, make documents. But now that's all not a thing anymore.
Yeah.
School used to be fun for me, though. It wasn't that militant when I was going in school. It was a little bit of structure, but I don't know. I enjoyed school. It was very fun. And I liked my teachers. These little kids, they can't stand them teachers.
That's why these kids are looking to be YouTube famous and TikTok famous. They're like, I'm not going to be I'm not working a traditional job. I'm not going to be retiring from working with a job for 30, 40, 50 years. That's not happening.
Yeah, when your friend makes $30,000 a month playing video games,
Right.
why would you ever do that?
Right.
They're like, you guys are crazy. Look at my friend.
Right. And then old heads, that's not sustainable. Like your 9 to 5 is. They could let you go at any moment.
Mm-hmm.
At any moment, they can tell you to pack it up.
But they think that's the most safe thing. Still, they're
Jobs have you under their thumb. It's very unsettling when you think about it.
The old kids, right? Fuck.
Yeah, they're more aware. They're more aware than we think they are.
No, the young generation, they're woke. I promise you, my college students, because I teach psychology, so we have deep conversations. We get into it, and they love it. They're woke. They're the new generation isn't for. They're not going to fall for a lot of the things that we kind of did back in the day. So it's a kind of a bright side. They're different. They're going to get out of Dodge. They're going to be moving to Japan.
Yeah.
Not Japan.
They're leaving.
You know about that, huh?
Yeah, they're getting out of Dodge.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh wow, that is cool.
There's almost no NPCs over there. That's fine.
Wow.
I told my friend recently, I updated my resume, and I said, man, my resume is fire. I'm about to get some great offers. You know what they responded with?
What?
How'd you write it? You know what I responded with?
Yeah,
my brain.
Oh, you didn't say ChatGPT? ChatGPT didn't hook you up?
No, I said my brain. And then I said, that's why I'm proud of it.
Like they didn't believe.
I literally said, no, that's what your first thought was. And I said, no, I wrote it with my brain. That's why I'm proud of it. Why would I be proud of a resume that I didn't write? What kind of catfish you think I am?
They playing with your top, Mia.
Playing with my top. That resume was fire because I wrote it.
Oh wow. Well, my thing is, why not easy? Why people think that life can't be easy? Why do we still have to struggle and strain and try to
It's gonna be easy because the internet gave me a template.
There you go.
So I'll use AI to make things easy. I believe in it. I like ChatGPT. So I'm not against ChatGPT for things. I just say that me and you, all of us, we're already smart. I know how to write. So even if I use the fake ChatGPT to create a resume, I have the brain power to write a good one myself. But if you're a kid that never created the brain power to do it yourself, you'll never be able to write a good one.
Right.
And that means you're going to write a fire resume, right? And you're going to be in an interview and the person going to be like, oh my God, your resume is amazing. Your verbiage and your vocabulary is amazing. Your spelling's amazing. They're going to be like, oh my God, I know. And then they're going to get hired and then they're going to write reports and it's going to be trash. They're going to be sending
They faking it till they make it, girl. Don't hate the player, hate the game. They faking it till they make it. Why you hating the players? That's the game now. How many people have positions that they're not qualified for?
Toyia's saying that because she don't have to work, y'all.
But how many people have jobs that they're not qualified for? Nepotism. It happens all the time. My friend got a friend that got a friend who gonna get you, who gonna hook you up.
And that's how we end up working for blank man.
Mm. Somebody asks, "Are you single, girl?" Ah!
What happened?
Somebody, are you single? Are you single up on these internet streets?
I'm single. It's a one-player game, right?
Ready Player One.
Ready Player One.
That's too funny.
Well, I'm always up here clowning with Toyia.
We have a good time. We have a
Yes,
good
we do.
time. You know, I love it here, as everyone would say. I love it. I love our
Yes.
prosperous family.
Last thing I'm gonna say, Toyia, before I get out, because you know I got ADHD, so when it comes to me, I gotta say it. I went to church. I told you I went to church. But one thing I realized, and I love the church. You know, I grew up, so I don't. This is not church bashing. This is just Mia's experience. Okay, I couldn't wait to get up out of there. And that's kind of always been, you go to church. I love, okay, win church over now. But I could be up in here for 3, 4, 5 hours.
I know, right?
And that kind of means something. Oh, God. So I'm glad it's not the Lord, it's the church. I love the Lord. I just don't like being up in a daggone church all day.
I don't know what kind you went to, but mine couldn't have been any more boring. The guy's like, and on the third day, like monotone, and I was dying inside. Like I couldn't do it.
It was a Baptist church, actually, but they kept getting up to pray like 8 times. I'm like, let's pray all at once.
And now rise, and that's it, and rise and sit, and rise.
Yes, rise and sit, rise and sit, rise and sit.
What kind of shit-ass ritual is this?
It's like controlling. You just want to control some people. I just feel like they just want to control
us. You can see it in their
us.
face. You can see that they get like
yes,
a kick out of it. Like they're like,
we're gonna pray. So we're gonna pray.
I'm the pastor. I'm the bishop.
And then trying to come to the altar, and then when you don't move, enough people don't come. They be trying to like, come on, no. And then
they're ready to go.
And then they bring the offering plate, right? They take an offering, and I'm looking around for a QR code because I don't have any cash. Who carries cash around 2025? I'm like, well, I guess y'all not gonna get no money today because y'all need a QR code in this church.
That'd be a prosperous church.
I went to a few churches in the last couple of years that had QR codes. You know, some of the newer churches do that.
Oh, they sending you a DM. They sending you a DM, Mia.
Huh?
They sending you a DM.
Oh. Well, lucky my 72-year-old father was there, and he had a little 20 in his pocket because, you know, the old men, they always got a little cash. But anyway, that's all I wanted to say. I'm gonna be quiet now.
We're gonna be we matchmaking up here on Prosper. Let me stop.
Oh God.
Say no. The wrong app. You need to go to Facebook. What is it? Facebook singles. What is it? Facebook singles. You're on the wrong app. Can I get your number?
I'm gonna mute my mic now.
Hey, sweet thing.
Can I get your number? Can I have it?
Excuse me, lady. How the song? Excuse me. What's your name? Oh, this is too funny. TikTok singles.
You're gonna make me throw up my church finger in a minute.
Oh, she said TikTok Facebook dating is horrible. I don't know nothing about that life, so I've only heard people, I've heard stories, but Facebook dating wasn't around. Like I said, I met my husband online, so you can catch a good one. They're out there.
Yeah, most of them are using ChatGPT to figure out how to talk to people.
Not ChatGPT to talk.
How do I talk to this person?
I wonder if people will start asking ChatGPT if people are their soulmates, and will they listen? I ain't going there.
Right. Hey, Elizabeth, like, I post on FB about no separation, no condemnation, and my Christian cousin is all wrong. Yeah, they're like, what you mean? Yeah, I mean, you can have, I don't know where your husband or spouse or your wife is coming from, your significant other, your girlfriend, boyfriend. You just have to stop saying that it's hard to find it. Because if you're saying it's hard to find it, then they will be hard to find. It will be like a needle in a haystack. You have to go in with an open heart and decide that you are worthy and deserving of the relationship you want to have. It all comes back to decision. Decide, decide, decide.
So that open mind and heart part. So like you have to be open to new experiences that you didn't even expect, like, right? Because people have expectations of when they find people.
Well, you should expect that you're going to draw to you the right person.
Right, but what if you're expecting it, but then that person shows up, but you're not thinking that it's them? Because you have faith that it's going to happen, but you're not like, oh, maybe it's this one.
I believe relationships should unfold, right? You're on the phone, the conversation is easy.
Mm-hmm.
The dating was easy. You don't have to pretend. There's no pretension there, right?
Yes.
You're not putting on airs. You're not trying to, like make them like you. You're not trying to be different, right? You're not forcing anything. It should flow. That's how you know. When you know you can be you and they accept you for it.
Better yet, they love it.
Right. Right. My husband loved that I laughed at all his jokes. He loved it. He didn't care that I burped. He went like, oh my goodness, that's so unladylike. Oh my, he didn't. He accepted, because sometimes you can't help a burp if a burp come out. It just comes up. It is what it is.
I say, what are you, human?
Right.
Gross.
But some people will be like, oh, you're so goofy, or why you always making jokes, or like, no, I enjoyed that he was goofy and made jokes. I love that he had a sense of humor, right? Sense of humor.
Am I goofy or are you boring?
Exactly. But that's how you know, because it's just you're gonna feel like you're not only are they your best friend, but you're also attracted to them. Like you're ready to get downtown, But you also can talk to them about anything. You can travel with them. It's just going to be effortless.
Traveling downtown, uptown.
Oh, yeah. It's what about what? Here's the thing. Unfortunately, most people expect the worst. Most people go into dates or dating looking for red flags. And I'm telling you, what you seek for, you will find.
Or they have a checklist of like, you have to be this, this, and this. And if they don't meet them right away, you're like, nope, like you already shut it off.
Yeah. I'll hear people who had, talk about, dates or whatever. And they'll be like, yeah, they didn't do this and they didn't. I'm like, was the date fun at all?
I mean, no one's ever not wanted to find what they were looking for. Have you ever were looking for your keys because you didn't want to find them? So if you are looking for red flags, you're going to find them. So you've never met a woman who says all men are horrible. Have a great relationship.
Yep.
You have to be positive. Focus on what you want.
Or men worrying about what a woman's going to bring to the table.
A man,
why is that at the forefront of your mind? Like, what can a woman offer?
It shouldn't.
You should be trying to get to just know the woman.
Yeah.
See if she, I don't know, people that are not worried about the person, they're worried about what they're capable of.
Yep.
I mean, not to say that you don't have standards, right? So before I met my husband, this guy I used to date in high school. He thought that was going to rekindle again. Dude didn't have a car. We too damn old I'm not paying chauffeur. That was my standard. You cannot be someone that was on the bus and I got 3. No, I'm not. What?
No.
That was my standard. Now some other people, they're okay. I'm just saying that was for me. For me, that was a no-go. I'm not settling because I'm never
No, you
going to
gave
say
it-
you need to settle.
You gave it a chance, and it started to continuously feel not right.
Well, I
right?
didn't even give it a chance.
You don't
We
get a
didn't. We
chance
didn't
on
make
the
that date.
bus.
We didn't even make that date. Once
don't
I
get a
found out
chance
you
on the
didn't have
bus.
a car, that was a no-go.
You don't get a
Yeah.
chance on the bus at a certain age. At a
There are
certain
deal
age.
breakers.
Right.
Yeah.
I had deal breakers, and that was one of them.
You know, I might build a bear when I'm 20, 21. I'm not 40 years old building bears. You better be built.
That
Okay.
part. That part. That part. Yeah, we 30 years out of high school, dude.
What did you do between 18 and 30? Because I was getting my life together. What did you do? Because you still on the bus and you 35.
Not to say that things don't happen. No things happen, but it's just not for me to deal with the thing that's happening to you.
No.
That's okay. I mean, that's okay. Again, that we have to understand there's no wrong or right. You just have to decide what you want and just know that you don't have to compromise.
That's equivalent to someone moving in with you and bringing roaches. My house is clean and immaculate. You about to come up in here and bring your broke roaches? No, sir.
Oh my goodness. Because here's the thing, when the shift in my mindset went from I recognized that my dating life was because of the way I thought about men. Once I decided to change the way I thought about men, that's when my interaction with them changed. And that's when I met my husband. Once I decided, right? And I didn't have like a list of, so I did read Steve Harvey's book, Act Like a Woman, Think Like a Man, right?
Oh,
and the only thing, I read that book. I had read $1 Million Matchmaker too by Patty Stanger. Those two books I had read about dating.
No, Mia only got one book a long time ago, and that's it.
Yeah. I didn't read Mr. Potato Head's book.
But I tried to read his second book, Straight Up No Chaser, but I didn't get through it. The only thing, what I gleaned from that book, it was based on games, and I recognized, I'm not a game player. Nope, scratch that out. But the one thing that he did help, the second thing that he did help was with having a standard, non-negotiable. So he was like, you should have 5 non-negotiables, things that you are not going to settle for or compromise on.
Yeah.
And so I was like, oh, okay, yeah, it's a good thing. Okay. The only thing I remember is that I said I didn't want a smoker. You know what's so funny? My husband used to smoke before we met. It was no longer smoking.
That's wild.
Ain't it?
Look, that's amazing.
Yes. He told me, I was like, you used to. He was like, yeah.
That's not a bad. That's a fair non-negotiable.
Right. But he had stopped before we even came together.
That's amazing.
Right?
Because I have to non-negotiables, and I think that's a really fair one. Like for me, I have a new non-negotiable, and that's vaping. Because once I learn what it causes, I don't want no parts of it. Men, y'all better stop vaping. That's all I got to say. So smoking, cigarettes, and vaping is a no for me. So yeah, I agree. And also, like when women say broke, the opposite of broke isn't rich. Okay, because a lot of times when men hear women say, "I don't want no broke man," they're like, "Oh, she want a rich man. She got to be a millionaire." No, the opposite of broke isn't rich. We just saying people need to be stable adults.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so that's all.
Yeah,
I want to clarify that.
Yep. Yep.
Not a popcorn lung. Yeah, that vaping causes ED in men. So you should probably, if you vape a lot, you should probably chill. Unless you just want to be a slinky.
Well, that's that vitamin E, that oil they mix it with.
And the oxygen that it takes away from the erection that you need.
Well,
you need all that blood flow. And if you're using all your oxygen because you can't detach from that vape that has got you addicted, because you see how those people be walking around attached to that vape. They can't take a bath, they got the vape. They in the car, they got the vape. They in the grocery store, they got the vape. They can't work, they got the vape. They vaping in their sleep. They probably vape in their dreams.
Well, the world is always going to tell you something causes something. It's up to you to accept or reject.
I have a real life experience that it causes ED. do with that what you will.
Say that again. You have a real life what?
You want me to repeat? You being funny.
I know. I honestly didn't hear you. I heard a real life something.
A real life experience that someone who vapes a lot that struggles with ED.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be like a slinky.
It's like pushing rope.
I don't even know any women who vape. You know, I mostly see men. It's mostly a men habit that I see here in Texas and the Houston area. I rarely see women who vape a lot.
I know women who vape.
But for women, I don't know.
I know a few women that vape. I don't know if it causes anything.
It might turn your thing down there into a sandpaper. I don't know. I don't.
A-Town stupid. He ain't get over you, man. Yeah, this is turning into Prosperous After Dark.
And it's barely noon. Well, we should maybe ask ChatGPT what it affects on women who vape. So I'll follow up with you guys next time.